Good morning, gentlemen. It is 5:43 a.m. here. Hope that you are having a good day so far, wherever you are. I thought we would just maybe preempt this, jump online. I did get some better sleep, so I'm feeling significantly better. I thought we'd jump online, have a look, and see. Because around this time is when we have seen a lot of those strikes come in over the past couple of days. So I thought if we just jumped on now, we may get a jump on it, and rather than be reactive to it, we'll be proactive, and we'll see. But otherwise, I'll get to come here, hang out with you guys for a couple of hours. Any accurate information about Iranian strikes on Israel, mate, you got to remember, it's at the time of war. At the time of war, there's going to be no real accurate information. Now, one thing that I am going to have to do is, of course, I've been asleep for, 6.5 hours. So I've got to have a look and see what's actually updated over the past 6 hours. And you guys can help me as well. So feel free to post in here of what updates there has been over the past few hours while I've been snoozing. Well, Paul says he's the #1 like. Yes, remember, if you're in here, hit like. That helps us a lot climb up the algorithm. And then I'll be having a scroll and seeing, and then showing you. If you haven't been in here before, what I'll do is I'll be showing you footage as we go. So we've heard people are suggesting ceasefires. Apparently, Israel said it's not the time for a ceasefire. A civilian truck was found in Tehran after being used to launch drones at the capital. Israeli drones. Someone said there's Israeli Mossad operators have been arrested. I haven't seen that. Oh. Air defense systems are still active over some areas of Iran, which is crazy. Right, some more footage here. Do you think this is starting to backfire on Israel, considering they're now asking for assistance with interceptors from the international community? Look, this is what I spoke about yesterday, is by my calculation and by looking at everything, and these, it's not just from me, it's from people over a number of years in the military, community, have said that Israel does not have the weapons to punch through some of the Iranian nuclear facilities, and the only country that does have those is America. And this is the thing: is Israel's kicked off this, knowing they don't have some of the systems maybe to punch through, like the Fordow nuclear facility, and it's like, well, if you launch this, you're going to have to win it. Like, you have to, or else what they're going to do is start. They're going to make a nuke as soon as they can. But you may be relying on the US if you don't have a system to be able to punch through it. I'm just still scrolling and have a look. So a couple of hours ago, yeah, there was strikes over Iran. There was ballistics towards Israel. No major strikes from what I've actually seen. I don't think Israel miscalculated. I think it's incredibly calculated, but I do think their calculations are reliant on outside help, and it's completely reliant still on it's completely reliant on the external community still supplying stuff. So America's still sending weapons in, still trade with other countries. So it's calculated, but there is some points of this that are assumed as well. Let me have a look, see if there's anything else that's coming up for me. Someone says US, UK helping a lot. Yeah, of course. And then people are saying that it's not is ridiculous. Like, of course the US and UK is helping massively. And so is countries like Germany. So I'm just trying to see if there's anything I've missed. I think one of the other assumptions is that there's going to be a level of uprising within Iran. And I don't know enough about Iran to say if that's realistic or not, but I have had a few people saying, no, that's not, like, whether you believe the regime there is extreme, radical or not, that the internal sentiment isn't enough to actually flip it at the moment, which I don't know. That's just from colleagues of mine are telling me. So some footage of this is an Iranian re-entry here. So still, you got to remember unbelievable kinetic energy. You got to remember too that this isn't war and everything like this isn't completely binary too, guys. Like, you can say this is wrong and that is wrong. Like, you can say I don't agree with these strikes, but I also don't like the Iranian regime. You can say that. Like, you know, people make out like you either have to be one or the other, and that's, you know, the division politics that we love playing by at the moment. But you don't have to do that at all, especially through my community. I've got to admit, this American parade, I've watched a little bit on it now. Unbelievably cringe. It was a huge propaganda fail. As someone who looks at and then like sort of breaks down propaganda, bro, what is this? Walking along carrying a drone? It was embarrassing, man. I didn't watch any of it to begin with because I was busy doing other stuff. But then I watched it and I'm like, whoa, this looks cheap. The whole thing did. And combat troops, you know, like you see the range and stuff, they don't want to march, but like there's no crowd. It was bad. Alexander, the US is an Israel colony. US will join the fight. Thank you, Alexander, for the first donation of the day. Mate, yeah, it seemed I wouldn't be surprised at all. I'd be more surprised if we didn't see eventually America step in a lot further on this. Let me... I'm just continuing to see if there's any updates. I wouldn't be surprised if we get missiles around this time. US Navy's repositioning to defend Israel. European Commission President spoke with Netanyahu and said Iran will not be able to obtain nuclear weapons. So Europe's in on it. So this is current US moving 5th and 6th Fleet, then around Israel and Iran. And what we're waiting for, remember today too, guys, is we're waiting to see what the oil prices do when the markets open. That'll be very, very interesting to see. Damn, I just got turned back from like a really... I struggled to find this like a contact. So I had a friend of a friend contact someone who you'd really like me to interview. A lot of people said they'd like me to interview, and sadly, didn't work. I'm still waking up. I'm going to go make a coffee soon. I just want to wake up a little bit first before I actually have a coffee. Looks quiet in North Africa. There's a lot always going on over there. But it is from the initial attacks that we saw, significant drop in successive attacks, really. But I'm actually surprised by it. I thought it would have continued to ramp up. Alexander, mark my words, Trump's going to get this by an Israeli false... Well, yeah, blamed, predictable for Israelis not to. I don't think it's going to go that far. I don't think it needs to go that far at all. There was also a heap of AI come out. People making excuses for this is just ridiculous. Like, for the marching here, being like, they have real jobs, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I was in an infantry unit. We don't want to march. These guys did not want to be there. Infantry units, but like people saying they don't know how to march is ridiculous. Like infantry units, they all know how to march. It's very, very basic. I could teach you in an afternoon, but it's just like infantry units just don't want to, or like frontline units. That's all it is. Like infantry units is just like, no, this is super cringe. That's why they're just walking along. Donnie Blomp, thank you for your donation. As said by oil and gas production companies that don't need to ship via the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, that'd be the way, because you don't know what's going to happen in there. But it is interesting to see a very large reduction in strikes within the first few days. But I do agree, it was a bit casual. Like there should have been a little bit more effort than that. And someone said that AI footage will be cancer for open source intelligence. Oh, mate, it already is. It's already very difficult. And it's distinguishable at this point. Give it a couple of years. Not over that. Give it 6 months, and it will be completely indistinguishable. work the mines. The children yearn for the mines. Right, so what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts so far on this? My thoughts is I'm surprised that there's not more follow-on attacks. I thought it would have been significantly more follow-on attacks from both Israel and Iran at this point in time. Right, still trying to find, yeah, like even overnight there was some strikes, whatever, but there wasn't that much, which is really interesting to me. Mr. Destroyer says, I think Israel might pull a USS Liberty 2.0 to try and make the Americans get involved directly and get Western soldiers killed for them like in Iraq. Mate, I don't know. But there is definitely possibility of something like that, that if the US is saying they're not going to get involved, although they are involved, what will it take? You know, what would it take? Because if some of these facilities cannot be destroyed, like if Israel doesn't dismantle every single Iranian nuclear facility, that is absolutely the next thing that they are doing, is building a nuclear weapon. And if the regime survive, they're just going to dig deeper and deeper and have more concrete for bunker busters to not be able to punch through. That if they can't, what happens if it gets to the point? What happens if it gets to the point where the Israelis go, we don't have the weapon systems anymore to dismantle these bunkers, knowing that the next step is going to be Iran then actually, making a nuclear system. That's the point that I don't know what happens when that gets reached. And people will say, well, is there threat of then a Israeli nuclear strike maybe? And that's when, people have said, but you've got other countries like Pakistan might step in too. So this is apparently Israeli Air Force is striking IRGC camps at the moment in Kermanshah. So there are some strikes going on at the moment, but not too much. All right, just going to have a look on some pages here and see. Kel Chutmans on the PayPal. Thank you, brother. Hey, Willie, keep it up. Thanks for the daily info. No, thank you, mate. Thanks for coming by. So, Middle East Spectator, there's no evidence of this yet, but they are saying that they have arrested 2 Mossad affiliates inside of Iran. Apparently, they had 23 drones and 200 kilograms of explosives. Don't know the truth behind that, but we do know that there are operatives operating in those countries. Yeah, so there's been waves of strikes. IDF says it's completed extensive waves of airstrikes, destroying capabilities. IRGC, goods force, armed forces, numerous weapons sites were targeted. But what I'm surprised we haven't seen is, day one where things were going pop everywhere, and we've had multiple strikes. I'm surprised we're not seeing more like that. So we'll see. We'll see if that pace can actually be maintained. So strikes going on. So there is more top IRGC command who has been taken out as well. So they are still attempting to do decapitation strikes. And same, the Iranian strikes have been, for a lot of people who talk about the Iranian capability, I think there'd be a lot of people saying that the capability has been a lot less than we thought. Alexander says the Israelis won't be dancing anymore tonight. Well, we don't know. Realistically, Israel has not been hit that hard yet when you're talking about in a comparison to the other strikes, the strikes into Iran. But I wouldn't at this point say that Iranian capability is completely gone. So you can see, like, this is strikes at one of the Iranian air bases here. You can see the accuracy of a lot of these through shelters and positions. But as we've said, the concern is some of those nuclear facilities that are 80 plus meters under the ground. And Trump is just flip-flopping on what he said. I'll look at this because this was absolutely ridiculous. Where was it? One hour ago, 5 hours ago. Make a deal post. Here we go. Gavin, you'd be surprised I learned more about drill and ceremony in high school than 8 years of the army. Drill isn't big there. The demographics suggest the ulterior. But you still, like, do a basic training. Like, you still know how to walk in step. Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I didn't do any drill post basic training, but you still know how to walk in step. Trump. US had nothing to do with the attack on Iran tonight. If we attacked in any way, shape or form by Iran, the full strength of the might of the US armed forces will come down on you at levels never seen. However, we can easily get a deal done between Iran and Israel and end this bloody conflict. Well, I don't think it's going to be easy to get a deal done between the two unless one side fully agrees to your terms. But also this, like, if we're attacked in any way, any shape, any form, that the full force of the US armed forces will come down. Studio Runner says, what if Iran already has a nuke? Nukes didn't stop Ukraine, so it would even matter if Iran had them. Ukraine didn't have nuclear weapons, but if Iran, this is we've talked about this. This is the biggest threat: is that there has been miscalculation and there hasn't been enough intelligence, and that there somewhere is nuclear weapons there, and that there is these strikes at the moment to try and weaken air defence before one of those going through. Now, I'm not saying that is likely. I think that is an unlikely scenario, but it is still something that could be a possibility. So, yeah, Trump, the US had nothing to do with the attack, when only the day before we saw him basically bragging about the attack going down on the 61st day. Like, it's quite disappointing to see the leader completely, just absolutely lie about this. Yusu Tuku says US military in the region has issued MOP level 3. And for those who don't know what MOP is, it's kit for chemical, biological, radioactive weapons. Could this indicate impending CBRN attack against US bases, Gulf states by Iran? Well, we've spoken about that too. Spoken around the threat of dirty style weapons as well. So yeah, there could be. I haven't heard that they've been issued MOP 3. If there's actual CBRN threat, you really need to be MOP 4. So I believe this is probably the most recent Trump post. This page here, they just publish what he writes on truth.com. Iran and Israel should make a deal, and will make a deal just like I got India and Pakistan to make. In that case, by using trade and the United States to bring reason, cohesion and sanity into the talks with two excellent leaders who are able to quickly make a decision and stop. Also, during my first term, Serbia and Kosovo were going at it hot and heavy, as they have for many decades. And this long-time conflict was ready to break out into war. I stopped. Biden was hurt. The longer-term prospects with some very stupid decisions, but I will fix it again. In any case, Egypt and Ethiopia and their fight over a massive dam that is having an effect on the magnificent Nile River. There is peace, at least for now, because of my intervention, and it will stay that way. Likewise, we will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. I do a lot and never get credit for anything, but that's okay. The people understand. Make the Middle East great again. So mega, I don't know. Yeah, at this point, I just don't know. Maybe there are meetings, but I can't see that these are ever going to actually see eye to eye. There's too much religion fundamentalists in there too. Right. Let me see what else is going on. Iran's police chief was reportedly assassinated in an Israeli operation. Apparently, Saudi Arabia reports US forces shot down a drone near the Ain al-Assad Air Base in Iraq for a second time. Studio Rona says, biological weapons scare me more than nukes. We only had mutually assured destruction in the Cold War. Nuclear doctrine has to be attritional in nature, i.e. Russian nuclear Kiev wouldn't change the front lines that much. Nuclear weapons is about deterrence, escalation, and attrition. Bioweapons is something that is very misunderstood, but can have worldwide effect. Absolutely. So what do you think? Put in the chat. Do you think that America is going to enter this at some point? So it's being reported, yeah, Israel isn't interested in ceasefire because it hasn't implemented all its objectives. Because the objective is to dismantle the nuclear facilities. Someone says we don't know the full implications of the spicy flu. I agree that we don't, but at the same time, it's changed a generation. It's changed how people think. Like the spicy flu changed. So many things changed from 2020 on. Like the world is a different world. Zachariah said, Willie, do you know what History Legend's opinion is on all of this? No, I actually don't. I was actually talking with him about something else only last night, but I actually don't know his opinion on all of this. But I know that he will push out a video about this, but I believe he's traveling at the moment. So last night, or tonight, this was Iranian strikes into Haifa port. Max Nicoleno says, since 2021, referring to a lot's changed. He said, I don't trust doctors. I think people following that, just in general, I think people started questioning a lot of institution. I think institutions started being questioned, whether it was medical or media, government, people just got pushed away from it. Absolutely. Yeah, it has huge lasting effect. I will slow down the chat. Give me a second. Let's change the setting. Erwin de Hood, g'day mate. Hope that you're well. Good morning, lads. Good morning, mate. Hope that you are doing well. It is a relative to the nights prior, it is relatively quiet. We will see though, because in about an hour and a half, I believe that's when the oil markets are opening. I believe the oil markets open at like 7:30. That's something I'm very, very interested to see. Someone says, how are you feeling? Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm still pretty tired. I didn't get enough rest, but feeling pretty good today. I got probably 6.5 hours sleep last night, which is good considering the nights prior. And no, I'm not British. I'm Australian. Sam Graphics says, how dare you stream without me? I'm here half an hour late, mate. Well, you haven't missed that much. What do you expect to happen? Well, I thought that there would be a lot more follow-up attacks than we've seen. Even from day one, like following day one, I thought that pace was going to maintain and increase. Okay, the Defense Minister of Pakistan has denied in a statement. So what Iran is saying is Iran has been saying that if Israel drops a nuclear bomb on Iran, we will drop a bomb on them. He's been saying that that's what Pakistan's told Iran. The Pakistani Defense Minister, he has said this hasn't happened. He says Pakistan is a signatory to all international nuclear disciplines. Our nuclear capability is for the benefit of our people and defense of our country against hostile designs of our enemies. So Pakistan won't come to the aid in a nuclear fashion to Iran. Clarence says, I doubt it. US, NATO have no credibility globally. And that's something that is a big concern, I think, is there's a lot of credibility loss over the previous years too. They're still absolutely the most powerful and the richest, but there's been a lot of move away from it. Why is it so slow? Either gearing up for larger attacks or not being able to actually fire off a lot of systems. So like in Iran, that Israel has suppressed a lot of systems and they're not able to get many systems away. But again, we do know that all those areas have not been dismantled and it will only be a time of excavation before there's a lot more firing. Citadel says perhaps we'll go like the recent Pakistan-India war, actually quite short. The problem is, Citadel, the problem with that is if it is just a quiet short war, then it's given all the ammunition and incentive in the world for Iran to continue on its nuclear project. And Israel has said that they can't have that. And they're not, and Iran's not going to back away from it unless it is physically dismantled. John Ardu-T2, thank you for your donation, John. It says, if the reporting is correct, why would Trump disapprove of a plan to take out the Ayatollah? And why would the Israelis listen if they have operators on the ground in Iran targeting eliminating Iran's leaders? Why would Trump disapprove of the plan? Well, I don't think we know America is heavily involved in all of these plans. We know that realistically. He may not disapprove of the plan, but more of the question is how effective is it to eliminate the senior members in this? Will you have people step in, or will it start falling apart? I think there's a reliance on that it will start falling apart, but again, we won't know how that goes unless it actually then occurs. But then there's are a lot of questions being asked around some of these hardened facilities can only be destroyed by US weapons. So we'll see. Alan says I should never have driven last night. Welcome back, Alan. So Iran's Revolutionary Guard has confirmed that IRGC Intelligence Chief Mohammad Kazemi and his deputy, Hassan, I can't pronounce his last name, were killed in Israeli airstrikes. So some more senior members of the IRGC have been eliminated. So I'm trying to monitor the chat as we go. Do you think is the future world of conflict? Well, there's a lot more conflict, I'd say, that's going to happen over the next coming decades. Mr. Seed says, do you think Ukraine will develop anti-American or complete anti-Western ideology sentiment post-war? I don't see Ukraine ever being pro-Russian. Yeah, I don't think that Ukraine will develop a pro-Russian attitude, no, but I believe with the way the war's likely going to end, there will be a strong anti-Western sentiment post-war. This idea of the West walking away and abandoning, especially if Ukraine do all this fighting and then don't end up in things like NATO or the EU, or end up with giving up massive amounts of land as well. Hoover Maneuver, thank you for joining the Willy Club. And Studio Rona says, if it turns out Iran has a nuke, then we might be in a Cuban Missile Crisis situation, which will be handled via diplomatic back channels. Maybe. So Studio Rona makes a point that if everything just goes completely quiet, like no more strikes, well, we know there's been some more intelligence gathered there, or some level of show of force, maybe. Right, what have I just received? Jordanian Air Force put on high alert just now. So, it's unsure why it's on high alert, whether it's from Iran or Israel. Iran is urging people to stay away from nuclear sites. What are we discussing today? Just, I guess, the fundamentals of a lot of the conflict and what is happening, but also being a bit surprised that we haven't seen more. Also, no footage has come out confirming those that believe that fighter aircraft have gone down. Like, there's some bullshit. There's some really bad AI. Excuse me. Some really bad AI of F-35. It's just absolute BS. Ruby's today, wishing you well. Wishing you well as well. I hope that you are having a great day. Open source intel they share. ABC News reports US is not considering joining the war with Iran to eliminate its nuclear program, according to an American official. Well, I think they've already joined. Like, if you're refueling and shooting down stuff, well, I guess this is a question for you guys. At what point have you joined conflict? Like, okay, say in Ukraine, is America part of that? Like, has Europe joined that war? Has Iran joined that war? Like, at what point is joining the war or not? Because I guess you could make claim and say, well, North Korea, although they had troops there, they were only in Russian territory, not in occupied territory, so therefore they didn't enter. Could you make that argument? I guess. So I guess that's the boots on the ground is what people are saying. I don't know. So what if you start dropping bombs though? What if B-2 bombers start dropping bombs somewhere? Is that entered the war? Alexander said, I bet Iran wish they had a nuke like North Korea. By this point, it's crazy they didn't build one. Well, we don't know, Alexander, whether they couldn't build one or holding back. We have no idea, because we'd heard for decades that they were on the absolute precipice of building one, so we're not sure. But it has, as I said the other day, it will mean that nations like North Korea or others will definitely not ever give up their systems, and more nations will look to gain nuclear power. I mean, like nuclear weapons. Alan M says it's not my binary. Marco Moss says providing intelligence is participating. So the Israeli Air Force, by their official account, they've said this, the IAF, Israeli Air Force, Israeli Air Force. Sorry, it's hard with two countries that both start with E. The Israeli Air Force struck an Iranian refueling aircraft at the Mashhad airport in eastern Iran, approximately 2,300 kilometers from Israel. The IAF is operating to establish air superiority over Iranian airspace. So what we know is they do have air superiority in some sectors and definitely air dominance, but by this, likely not over the entire airspace. This marks the longest strike conducted since the beginning of Operation Rising Lion. Andrew7933 said President Putin has spoken to both Iran and Israel. Maybe that's why they haven't hit each other harder again. Potentially, yeah. We know Putin has contacts we know Netanyahu wanted to speak to Putin. We know Putin has a lot of contacts within and a lot of relationships in Iran as well, so we'll see. Alan says, short answer, yes, it's like global supply chains. Everyone is involved. And that is, I believe, in response to my question about what is involved in war or not. Which countries bar Iran will look to get nukes. I think a lot of smaller countries that aren't part of massive coalitions of security. So I think like a country like Ukraine would be an example of this. That if they don't end up in NATO, they're going to go, well, what other guarantee can we have other than massive deterrence? Alan says, and to what extent is up for debate as far as to what extent is participation in this war? Orbis says lots of propaganda on both sides, mate. Absolutely, the propaganda machine. People like to act like there's not massive amounts of propaganda. It's to control the information is controlling the war. So absolutely. Like this fool here saying Israel's Iron Dome's been completely destroyed. Like that's just fake. Like that's just cheap, fake bullshit. But there, good propaganda is hard to tell if it is fake or not. And like Iran saying they've only demonstrated a fraction of its capabilities. So again, we don't know. But what we do know is that we will know in time. Clarence says, I think this war spells the end of the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Trust is gone. I agree. I think this and many others will spell the end of people not wanting to gain nuclear weapons. People are responding to when ABC said US is not considering joining the war. Everyone's replying, going, just whatever the exact opposite of what they said is what will occur. And I tend to agree. Ahiba Sabala says, Willie, do you ever worry about ancient or beautiful buildings during war, or is it wrong to think about that when lives are at risk? No, it's not wrong to think about that at all. You can think about both. Having compassion as well for buildings and ancient bits and pieces during war, it doesn't mean that you're taking away any compassion towards lives being lost. And yeah, it is shocking that a lot of these areas get leveled, and Europe following the wars in the 20th century will never look the same again as it did prior. Demarcus said, what have I missed? Just woke up. Not much, mate. We went live presuming that there would be a lot more attacks overnight, but realistically, we haven't seen that much. Zechariah Seed. can you do a video on KGB-style psychological warfare? I think that the FSB is using KGB-style psychological warfare, which ex-KGB agents like Yuri Bezmenov have called ideological subversion. Actually, I did do, Zach, back in the day, I did do a bit of a breakdown on Yuri Bezmenov. I read his book and they went through that. His ideological subversion and time frames, whatever, too. I know a lot of people find incredibly convincing. I could have a look into it. I could do it further. It is something I could definitely look further into for you. And what we do know is the FSB will use a lot of KGB-style tactics. Well, it is its grandson. Sorry, I'm just trying to read and see if there's anything new. Try to pick through what is just blatant propaganda. So just in, Israeli Channel 12, Israel is planning to order mass evacuations in parts of Iran on Monday. So Israel is planning to have mass evacuations of Iran ahead of planned strikes on military targets that are embedded within civilian zones. So that's Israel saying that they want evacuation in Iran so they can strike targets embedded in civilian zones. Jack the Rep says, here in US enjoying Father's Day and telling everyone I know how to contact reps to keep us out of this war. Willie, you're my morning routine, and I think you've come a long way in your analysis. Keep up the good work, buddy. Thank you, Jack. I really appreciate that, man. And happy Father's Day. And if you're American and you're a father, happy Father's Day. It's a big day. Finway, thank you for your donation in NOK. I have no idea what currency NOK is, but thank you, mate. You look a bit tired. Yeah, I am very tired. I've been working a lot. If I knew it was going to be slow, I would have had a sleep in. And yes, Julio is correct. A lot of people are fleeing Iran. I don't think Trump wants a war on his record. Oh, he's got one. Norwegian krona. Norway. I bet it is. I was going to say I bet it is cold up there, but it might not be. It might be a little bit warmer than usual. The peace president. Yeah, I can see a lot of Trump's audience is very disappointed in, I guess, how his president's gone. Like, what I know it's only 10% into his presidency, but what do you think so far? Actually, in the chat, that's wrong. Write this. Write whether you supported Trump or not, and then what you believe of his presidency. Like what I'm interested in is if there's people that like, yes, I supported or voted for him, and I'm not impressed, which has happened. Shooter Runner says, I'm surprised we haven't seen an attack on the submarine cables that power the internet. High-speed societies fear that more than nukes. Well, Shooter Runner, we absolutely could see that. And we've seen a lot of capability presented that could do that. And I would not be surprised to see countries go blind. And that is in a large protracted war with a state like China, that the armies are going to have to learn how to fight blind quickly. Alan M said, how's the food in Tel Aviv? all right. It wasn't anything. It wasn't anything to write home about. And I've been informed from Finway's donation was a large donation. So thank you, Finway. I really appreciate that. So Improbability says, I voted for him, hoped for better, but I'm getting what I expected. Supported him, mega disappointment so far. Didn't support, not impressed. First term, yes, everyone was against him. Second term, no, he's an oaf. I did support Trump and I went from a 9 to a 5. I'm not American, but I think it's better than Kamala. Well, that's the problem, is your choices weren't fantastic, I guess. I voted for him because the other option wasn't an option. But I expected him to be this way. I didn't have high hopes anyway. That seems to be what a lot of people are saying. A barrel says, he's struggling, but I still support him. Wes McLaughlin says, very happy with Trump. US Air Force personnel in US Central Command have been placed on uniform posture level 3 as precaution. Troops are now required to wear vests, helmets, and carry MOP gear, including protective eyewear, gas mask. Gatherings of more than 50 people are banned. Some base dining facilities are restricted to takeout only. Orders were issued within the last 24 hours. So yeah, the US Central Command are MOP gear. MOP 3 is, I'm pretty sure, wearing the suit without the mask on, because MOP 4 is with mask on. Let me look up MOP levels. I should know this. I'm qualified in MOP gear. So this is it. Oh, how do I bring up that photograph? Photo details. I just want to view the photo. God damn. Yeah, right. So this is what I was speaking about. So they should be, this likely is MOP 0. So what MOP 0 is you are in your usual uniform and all you're carrying is a mask. That is all it is. MOP 1 is that you are in actually the protective suit, but you don't have boots on. You don't have the mask on. MOP 2 is then you've got boots, mask. You're just stepping up. MOP 3 is full boot, is boots, suit, mask. And MOP 4 is everything, gloves, tapes, everything on. So it's likely they're at MOP 0 at the moment, although some are suggesting that they're not getting around in MOP 3. MOP 3 is when there's an active threat, like it's in the air. Smacking Boat says, everyone donates $1 each. I double dare you. 3 to 1 go. I don't think you're going to have much luck. Smacking Boats. Oh, God. Sorry, it's just... there was a video that was, we are power gays in a bomb shelter. Clarence M, yes, Trump is better than brain dead, veg, disappointed. Yeah, so a lot of people sound like they're disappointed. Finway says, do you think Israel was counting on US to join the war effort? Well, Finway, if thank you for your second donation. As I went over yesterday, for some of the depth of some of the nuclear facilities, it doesn't appear that Israel has the capability to bust through them. So maybe they'll have to do it through other intelligence operations or whatever. But if Israel doesn't have the airdrop capability to punch through these facilities, Iran's not going to dismantle them themselves. They may depend on some US effort. I went over this actually at length yesterday. Timothy Campos, thank you, brother. All I care about is lowering inflation because of all the conflict. Yeah, good luck. Drop in some special forces. It doesn't exactly work like that, but you never know. What have I got? Sean Kokorek on PayPal. Thank you, brother. I can't see if you sent a message or not. Oh, yeah, now I can. Willie, the way they taught us to remember the different mop levels in MCT was Susie blows me good. Suit, boots, gas, gloves. Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, that's why I never learned that. That's why I couldn't. That's why I couldn't remember it. Willie's Iranian Foreign Legion sign up when? Mate, God, no. I'm not signing up for any foreign nation. We just had the deep state map update as well. Let me see. I'll have a look and see what no boots on the ground's needed. I don't know. Boots on the ground, strategic airstrikes only, always have limited effect overall. Anti-Human says, hasn't the propaganda build-up been like what they did in Ukraine? It gives the impression that either this war isn't serious or the elites are divided on Israel. It's not the same as how Bush united the masses on weapons of mass destruction. So Anti-Human here, speaking about the propaganda build-up, hasn't been there like we had seen previously. I think just because of the last 18 months that we have seen that many elites are divided, and much of the population is divided on their feelings towards Israel and war. What's going on, what we've seen in Gaza, what we've seen in Lebanon. So I think that there is a lot more. I think there's more division in the elites than people actually would say, especially between the US and Europe. But yeah, there's a lot of propaganda, but we haven't seen that build like you may expect. So we're back on. This is the map update just came. That's why I'll show you this. All this is about Israel, Iran, this stream. We can see just Novopil. We know this. This is to the west of Velikin of Vasilka coming under control, as well as to the northwest as well. Verlatsky, in my opinion, these aren't new updates at all, because many maps have shown those updates now for a number of weeks. No nickname. Thank you for your support. Finway says, well, if Israel does not have the weapons to destroy the underground nuclear facilities, then why attack in the first place? It doesn't make any sense. Finway, I think there was two trains of thought, that the amount of strikes that would take place would cause uprising internally in Iran, and maybe an overthrow of the regime. I think there was a gamble on some of that too, much like we believed the sanctions against Russia would cripple the economy and there'd be an uprising and overthrow of Putin. A very different, and I'm comparing apples and oranges, but it's the same train of thought about that you put enough pressure on, there'll be overthrows. As well as that, I think there was a belief that we can strike enough of it, invoke enough, that America will then strike some of the other facilities and punch through. Finway is buying us all a bit. What's the latest news? Not much. It is pretty quiet. It is very quiet considering. Let me have a look on my Telegram and see if there's anything being uploaded. Iran. Pakistan has said it's concerning senior Iranian officials are making statements that risk dragging Pakistan into wider regional conflict. Pakistan is already facing immense pressure with adversary 8 times its size on its eastern front and 2 active insurgencies on its borders. Any potential confrontation with Israel would force Pakistan to redeploy its fighter squadrons and brigades from the eastern front to the west, a move the country simply cannot afford. A shift would prevent a dangerous opportunity for the government in India and exploit the situation, especially after the blow Islamabad dealt to Modi's India just last month, shooting down 6 claimed aircraft and conducting strikes into bases and command centres. However, reports suggest Pakistan can and is willing to send military aid to Iran, including technicians and experts to keep its war efforts running against Israel. Interesting to see if we see other Muslim states actually stand together or not. Conan and Librarian, do you suspect any additional parties joining this conflict apart from maybe US and proxy forces, potentially Pakistan, but otherwise, no, not many others out there? And even then, yeah, I agree with what Sian Bloodline says, that I don't see Pakistan getting involved. Pakistan's got too many balls in the air at the moment. Can someone tell me in the chat what time, South Australian time, will we see oil markets open? I think it was 7 or 7:30. So we're definitely going to watch that. That's something I'm very, very interested in. Because they've been closed over the weekend. Yeah, they're still closed. Half an hour till markets open. Right, okay. Would you prefer oil updates on Brent rather than WTI? Yeah, Brent's what we've been tracking so far. But we're going to get a good idea of it anyway. Do you think there's any timeline where we do see American and Israeli boots on the ground in Iran? And if so, what do you think the odds are of seeing that? Finway, thank you again, mate, for your for another fantastic donation. I hope that you're having a great time in Norway. He says, just seems a big risk to base your war on hypotheticals maybe they just wanted to stop negotiating between Iran and the US and drag the US and NATO into another war that many believe may trigger World War III is just insane. And Finway, you're not alone. Remember that us watching this here, we are in the top, say, few percent of people interested in this war. If you just ask the average person on the street what they think about this, they do not want more war. And what we do know is that there was ongoing discussions, although they may have, hit a bit of a stalling point between the US and Iran and Russia on Iran systems. And a lot of people do share the opinion that this was preemptively done to stop any negotiations there and, to drag countries in. Potential. There's massive potential of it. And a lot of people, I think people go on Twitter and think, oh, look at all these people supporting one side or the other, when a lot of people just on the street, which is the majority of the populations, are just like, we just don't want more conflict. Smacking boats, gimme shelter, gimme stream closing song. Finway is carrying the boats and the logs. But people do have, as Cordy says, they do have war fatigue. But it's not only war fatigue. People just don't want what is going on. People just don't want to be dragged in. And I just think societies are over it, especially America. I would be very interested to see what the reaction would be if America went to war of just the American populace, because I think they've been sold, they know that they were sold lies on other wars and the recent failures like Afghanistan. I just don't know. You're not going to have the support you had back in the early 21st century. Like, what is uniting people in America? That's the thing. That's the big thing that if I were to talk about like attritional war, that attritional war is at the end of the day a battle of nerve, a battle of how much hurt the state is willing to take, and with how divided many people are. I just don't know what is the state rallying around? Like, what is Australians and what are Americans all rallying around? It used to be a common cause, or it used to be religion. Now I believe they're trying to make it a common enemy, but I don't think that's working super well either. Ina B, thank you for the donations. PayPal banned me to have a beer on me. 2 to 6 weeks. Oh, damn, you're banned. You can't do Amazon shopping, but thank you, mate. And this is the thing, is people say the hate left and right. It's just become so divided. The left and right used to be pretty close to the centre and could see eye to eye on some stuff, and now it's just completely divided and growing. And actually what they're trying to do is divide further. And that means then there's nothing to actually rally around. Right, so Justin reports Israeli strikes on the Fordow nuclear site. Right, so Fordow nuclear site, there's a report of Israeli strikes on it now. That's the one of which we have questioned whether Israel has any weapon systems that can actually punch through, not into just some of the rooms and some of the higher stuff, but into the actual main areas of the facility itself, 80 plus meters under the earth and concrete. So apparently more strikes on the Fordow nuclear site now. I'll try and get as many updates as I can for that as we go. Finway for another fantastic Norwegian krona. Hey man, don't worry about it. I love you and your content. I gotta work. Love you. Stay safe, and I pray for your health. Thank you, Finway, man. I really appreciate that, and appreciate you being here. Stu says I may be able to destroy the entrances. Yes, but that's the thing. We went over this yesterday. You can destroying the entrances will put, it will slow it down. But again, if you collapse the entrance and the nuclear facility is still there, not dismantled, well, it's still there. The people that are down there are still there. It's just going to excavate it out. Like, I'm not saying, I know that sounds awful easy, but that's not destroying the entire a nuclear facility. And the air alerts Tel Aviv. No, I don't believe so. Let me have a look. Okay, so the Home Front Command, this is from Israeli Defense Force 1 minute ago. The Home Front Command has now instructed residents in several areas across the country to remain in close to protected areas. Movement in public areas should be minimized. Gatherings should be avoided. So I think they're still expecting something to come. Dino Moto says 80 million people within a mountainous region, country integral to the Belt and Road Initiative. Have you heard? You heard it here and first. Zero chance US or Israel will go boots on the ground. So Dino, thank you for the thank you for the donation. And you're saying that he believes there's zero chance US or Israel will actually go boots on the ground. But I don't see how the complete dismantling will work without that too, unless there is internal overthrow. So this is part of what Deno was talking about, is China's then Belt and Road Initiative. And if, as you can see, a lot of it, a lot that heads out into Europe is coming through, of course, Iran and Turkey. So it is it is an integral part of it. And China, as we went over, they buy billions and billions of dollars worth of oil. When I say billions and billions, it sounds like Trump. Studio Verena says, is Saudi influence underestimated? Saudi has ended conflicts before by crashing the oil price. FDR made a deal with Saudi before recognising Israel. Maybe. Saudi Arabia has huge influence on oil, but also they make all their money off oil too. So I don't see the incentive on them lowering it for this. Saudi has absolutely been two-faced in a lot of their political moves. Like what they say versus how they act is very, very different. But we'll see what the oil prices do in, I don't know how long. You guys can tell me how long until the market's open. We said half an hour. That must have been a little bit ago. Faris Film says, the military assets were placed right in the heart of Tel Aviv and surrounding areas, effectively making population human shields ring a bell. These were air defense systems in Tel Aviv. So things like your Iron Dome, they are there as defensive-only systems. I get where you're coming from, but it is different to having a missile launcher within the city or an artillery system that it is a defensive system. Gino says it'll spike, referring to the oil, it'll spike quickly, but it will settle like all markets. Again, we're about to see. Willie, what's your favourite aircraft? Oh, okay. So I have a few. F-14, Tomcat. How can you not? And MiG-29. I think that's the era that the planes looked the best. Frank Bumstead, thank you, has said Western industrial society has more consumer things than ever, but the people are depressed and sad. There is no sense of community, and that's why people join factions. Community comes from war. And I agree with you, Frank, that, community does, people rally together in war because you've got a common enemy and a common goal. But we do see, as our societies become more advanced, we are seeing depression skyrocket, loneliness as an epidemic, and that there is no sense of community. That's one thing when I visit a lot of poorer countries, is I do notice a sense of community. And I've questioned that multiple times of, at what cost is progression taking place? Oh, why didn't you read Farah's super chat? Did I miss one? I did read Farah's super chat. Do you think Australia is ready to go it alone in a multipolar world? Is Australia mature and societally developed enough to be a solid player? No. Australia is super, super divided, and our military potential and defensive potential is tiny. We are 26, 27 million people. It's a tiny population on a massive state. Good GDP, like per capita, overall player, not a massive power. Australia is one of those countries in a multipolar world where I would say we need nuclear deterrence. Would you rather have a Dragon or four F-35s? Well, the F-35s have proven themselves a little bit in this war, away from just burning up on runways as a very capable aircraft. What about P-38 Lightning? I'm more into the earlier era of into the late era Cold War jets. Right, we just got breaking. This is from open source intel, who has been reliable. Breaking reports of missile launches for Tel Aviv. So, apparently missile launches on Tel Aviv now. So we'll see if alarms go up. Can someone check on the apps and see if there's air raid alarms yet in Tel Aviv? So we are hearing there's ballistic launches, but again, we don't know. Did you see the picture of the guy who signed for 18-24 contract, lost his leg, but didn't get the full compensation because he needed to serve for at least a year to get the full amount? That's ridiculous, really. I hate that. Right, now, a Middle East Spectator. So now I have from open source intel, which is a very pro Israeli page. They are saying ballistic launches. And on my phone, Middle Eastern Spectator, their Telegram, is saying ballistic missile launches from silos in Iran toward Israel. So it does look like there are ballistics on the way to Israel at the moment. DeMarcus says, is our generation cooked? Cost of living wars, mate, it's crazy. Cost of living is insane. Like I was thinking about this the other day and got a bit depressed about like the cost of living being like, I'm never going to own my house. Like, oh my God. And looking at like, I paid off my credit card statement being like, this is ridiculous. Like how in a country like this, like a country like Australia, we have all the natural resources in the world, all the food in the world. We're a net producer of those. And how is it so expensive? And you can see why people's health will then take a hit because, of course, as you know, I eat a very, well, in my opinion, very healthy diet to do with being keto, but it's incredibly expensive. I'm like, there's no way people are going to be eating even good food. Like people who are struggling, you're going to eat just a lot of refined, cheap junk. And then that has huge effect on development of children, on ability to work and ability to do exercise, all of this. And that all is just a snowball. It's scary. Anti-human. It's hard to take anything stated by either side serious. Imagine if Ukraine and Russia announced their attacks prior to success. Why are they announcing this all publicly? It's pure PR war. There's a lot of PR. A lot of what we're seeing being, while we know there's attacks coming, is from the air raid sirens going. But yes, war is still politics, and there's a lot of propaganda taking place and in PR and optics. Right. So let me see if there's any update on these ballistics. So ballistic missile launches. Yemen, just ballistic missile launch too. Willie, do you ever wonder, are we the baddies? Yeah, all the time. I don't think that we are the baddies, but I think we need to be very careful around a lot of hypocrisy around the world too, because most of the world believe that we are the baddies, and that hypocrisy is very, very dangerous. Right, let me keep saying. So we have ballistic launches from both Yemen and from Iran. So I guess, what is it, 4 minutes, 400 seconds or something until we start seeing these in the air. Or not in the air, until we start seeing them arrive in Israel. Tim C says, between Iran and Israel is Iraq. How does that work? Surely Iraq wouldn't be happy with being piggy in the middle. No, the countries, well, what we know is Jordan, Syria, Iraq, their airspace is used a lot and they're not happy about it. Neither are the Saudis, but to a lesser degree because the Saudis love US money. But yeah, they're not happy about being the piggy in the middle. And that's where, when people talk about any sort of land invasion, many people are like, well, I don't know how that's going to work. So I'll keep waiting on any update, but it shouldn't be too far away until we know if there's any success or not. Parcel A has said, I really remember this, a psychological war has been waged against Trump. One is Tucker and the other is Epstein. Believe that he's on the list and he's compromised. He cannot go against this. So many people do believe, including what's his face, Elon tweeted about Trump being on the Epstein lists, and a lot of people believe that Epstein and all of that was a deep, deep infiltration operation by Mossad. So again, it is conspiracy, but a lot of this has never been explained, and we do know there is a lot of grey warfare to very dark warfare going around. I don't know if there's been any update at the moment on these ballistic strikes. No, not that I'm seeing at the moment. Okay, smacking boats. Got to go. Love from England. Health. Okay, mate. I hope you have a fantastic day. Joe B, want to say thank you. Thank you, mate. Cheers. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. Anything else about then these updates of these missiles? Not that I've seen yet. Right. Missiles from Iran. Oh, shit. So missiles Iran heading towards Israel. Yeah, so there's missiles in the air. Northern Israel to stay in shelters. So strap in. Do you think this will be a larger or smaller attack than what we saw yesterday? How many? I have no idea on how many yet. I'm still waiting and see if any information pops up. Sorry, I'm just trying to read and see if there's anything new on these strikes coming through. Demarcus, do you think Israel wants control of the Middle East? No, but I think they want dominance. That they're the only really dominant nuclear power. Like they absolutely want to remain the Middle Eastern hegemon for sure. Alan says these super chats are getting censored for no reason. I can't even ask the simplest questions. The app is driving me crazy. Okay, I don't know if there's any. I don't have any censorship on, but I do know that YouTube does censor a lot around this war. Okay, it was at 7:30. We're thinking the oil prices open up. $13 till the futures open, right? So 13 minutes we get the oil open, and very similar time we're going to be getting the strikes arriving in Israel too. Andreas Jezerik, I can't pronounce that, but thank you for becoming a Mega Willy member. Sorry, I just want to take a photo of something on Thingo. I take photos of things and screenshots, and then I remember that's what I want to talk about in the videos. Opinion on mass deportations. If you're illegal, it's illegal. That's my bit. If you're somewhere illegally, it is legal. Yeah. Right. Ausint Defender, he has spoken about something that I've been speaking about a lot. Explosions and air defense activity is reported for Dow fuel enrichment site, the FFEP, in the Qom province of northern Iran. strikes carried out by the Air Force is likely only surface structures at Fordow are being targeted. Most of the plant's nuclear facilities are located deep underground and are unable to be targeted by Israel without assistance from the US. This is exactly what I've been talking about. This is the area I brought up both the day before this the initial strikes happened and yesterday. Is this facility isn't able to be destroyed, or likely is not able to be destroyed without the US. And Iran and Israel need to dismantle the entire nuclear nuclear fuel enrichment sites if they're going to have success in this. So that's where the gamble is that I've been talking about. Allegedly, a missile from Yemen was intercepted by a THAAD station in Saudi Arabia. Okay, I haven't seen that yet. We'll see. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. What's the longest fast you've done since being diagnosed? I did 5 full days once, so 100 hours. Andrew says that we're sure not the bad guys at Kosovo. Kosovo is an absolute shamble and our involvement there. What does the US have that would penetrate? Well, we don't know what would penetrate. Nothing on first go. Potentially GBU-57, mass ordnance penetrator after multiple hits, but you're going to need multiple hits from B-2 Spirits on that facility. And even then, it's questionable. But that's the thing. That is the thing. There's not the capability there's not the capability to take that down within the state that's launched the campaign against the systems. So Houthi missile apparently has been intercepted. So will Israel get them by buying them? No, it's not Israel can. It's not the weapon that Israel struggle with. The weapon that it's delivery system that they have to be delivered by a big bomber. And Israel, they operate F-15, 16, 35s. They can't carry any of those. Right, so we have 8 minutes until the future's open for oil, as well as we'll get more idea about these strikes in a minute. Kurt 6447. I noticed the Hitchens book and couldn't help but think how insightful it would be to hear his perspective on today's world. You're very correct, Kurt. We lost him way too early, and it would be incredibly insightful to have his opinion on, exactly what is happening right now. Let me see if there's any updates. No. There's Israeli attacks, unconfirmed though, that are underway at the Pachin military complex near Tehran. So we don't know. It's unconfirmed. So airstrikes against facilities in Iran, airstrikes against Tel Aviv. So yeah, there's a lot going on. We're just not getting any footage of it at the moment. AMK mapping, he just posted ballistic missile launches from Iran are expected in the near future. And IDF just posted on their official channel and said the IDF is striking surface-to-surface missiles in central Iran. Jason says, glad you have services like yourself to keep people, to help show people the truth. I used to be fully immersed in Ukraine propaganda, love from Northern Ireland. Hey, Jason, I hope you're well, mate. I'm glad you moved out of the propaganda sphere. I can relate to you on that one. Have a great day, man. Cheers. Gleb says, Willie, imagine Iran develops a nuclear bomb in accelerated mode during the conflict. What then? Well, that is the thing, and that's what I spoke about the last couple of days. Is if this is going to incentivize anything, it's going to incentivize acceleration of building weapons like that. Hallen said, since Iran's air defenses are weak, Israel could just use fighter jets to bust bunkers. No bombs needed. You're going to need bombs, but those bunkers are so deep, I just don't know how it's going to with what is available, like at Fudao. And there's ones that are apparently deeper again. Do you think Israel is setting conditions for regime change? If Israel's penetration of Iran is this significant, maybe a Mossad-supported uprising. Kaz Snave, thank you for the donation. But yes, I believe there is a lot of that. I think there's trying to set conditions for regime change. And I think trying to incentivize regime change. Again, how successful have regime changes been in the past? Well, we will see. We've seen before and it hasn't always ended well. Jay Reid says, I'm surprised you didn't cover the Rwanda-Congo war. Rwanda's win against Romanian Mercs excuse me, was very interesting. History Legends covered part of it. Yeah, I know he covered part of it. I was just too immersed in the specifics that I talk about rather than broadening out, at least at that point. Oh yeah, remember too, there's a couple of thousand of you here and we barely have 1,000 likes. So hit like, bump us up the algorithm. And then we'll go and see how we can, once these strikes keep coming in, we'll show you the footage once it becomes available. So what this page is sharing here is they're saying there was a 2.5 magnitude earthquake reported in Qom just over 30 minutes ago at the location of the Fordow nuclear site. So they're saying University of Tehran seismological, there was a 2.5 magnitude earthquake at the location of the Fordow nuclear site. That's interesting. We need to remember too that how would we know if B-21 Raiders or B-2 Spirit is actually bombing areas or not? Like, we wouldn't know if it was or wasn't, really. Now, this could be. I'm not sure how much it would actually pick up bunker busters on this. But Israel doesn't have the capability to drop GBU-57. Right, when will the oil opens in a minute? That's something I've been waiting to see for 3 days. But okay, what's the bets? Okay, before the oil is opened, what are your bets? I'm going 85. I'm going 85, but I could be wrong. So chuck in your bets and then we'll have a look. Hey, once they start coming through, I will click on and have a look. So I heard it. I said it yesterday. 85. 83, 85. It's open 75. Oh, Alex, you've ruined the fun. Oil futures. It's open 76. I believe. So here we go, 76.8. Brent 77. So we are up 4%. Is this the right one? Is this what we want to be looking at? Underwhelming open. So I'm not sure what the goes with these missiles. Everyone was saying that they have been launched, but then someone's saying they haven't. It's a trap, the frog face guy. Yeah, legit. So it looks settling around 77. But, you know, these can move very, very quickly. AMK's new BDAs in Iran, right. So let me have a look at that. I'll be back. 1 sec. What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's time for me to go get a coffee before things pick up more? Willie's rooting for oil to spike. He should have been, instead of Willie, I am Willie CNN. I don't want oil to spike, mate. I literally spent part of a previous this live stream talking about how crippling a lot of this inflation is around the world. Right, boys, it is time for me to go get a coffee. I'll leave you on this screen. I'll leave you on the screen here so you can have a look at some of these. And it's been, what, an hour? Oh, it's been 2 hours. Yeah, no, I'm desperate for a coffee, okay? Just wait 1 second. Just got to check something. Right, while I'm gone, feel free to go nuts in the chat, I guess. Okay, I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Right, I'm back. I have my coffee. Went to the bathroom. Much needed. Oh my god, I was dying. Right. I haven't looked at anything yet, but I cannot forget Mr. J. Dickey. I saw your PayPal come through while I was on the toilet. Excellent coverage, really. You have the best facial hair in the business. Whew, Jay, I'll take that. I think my facial hair game's a little bit weak. My skin, my hair's not very dark, but I'll take it. Now, right. What have we missed? Did we miss anything? And I have my, as per usual, hot water and my big cup of coffee, so I can refill the cup of coffee with hot water halfway through. Because it's that cold in Australia, it's killing me. When I say cold, I mean it's like 10 degrees. So Home Front Command, stay in your protected area. It's required to stay in your protected space. Minimise moving around the area. So it's required you stay in protected. So Israel's still saying people need to stay in protected areas, but there's still... So this was 30 minutes ago, and apparently there's still nothing. So yeah, it does look like the IDF is striking maybe their launch, like the Iranian launches in real time. S&P 500 is up. Let's have a look. Doesn't show at my end. It shows it's down. No, that was Friday. The S&P 500 is not open. Didn't even think about that. ESM 2025 for SP500. Well, the Australian market's open in 2 hours. We'll go on that. We'll be one of the first ones open. Azrael, thank you for gifting memberships. I'm sure Clam, who got it, will appreciate it. Right, let's see. There is heavy bombardment in Iran. In Iranian state TV, an Israeli 3-story drone manufacturing workshop was discovered in Tehran. That's crazy. Do you live in winter in Australia? Yes, it's winter here now. It's bloody freezing. So AMK mapping. He deleted his recent post. S&P futures down. Oil is up. Oil's sitting at 76.4 for Brent. Building drone factories in enemy territory. That's wild. Look at this graph. Wait. Check this price of oil. 70. So if we go here, you can see the last time it was this high was back in Feb 25. So this is what I'm meaning here. Now, again, we're going on Brent, not on Urals. But what the Russian budget was based on an average of $68. 68? If they lowered it, no, it was 69.70 average for Urals, and they've lowered it to 58. So it just needs to be above that average. But of course, it's going to be about $10 less than this. So it will be over that. Definitely now it's way over that, but it's on the average. Stonks. It's not stonks yet. There's explosions at the COM facility, which is about 20 kilometres from Fordow currently. AMK posted he was going to bed, then deleted it. Someone says buy options on WTI oil. I have no idea how to do that. Brent. Oh, sorry, I missed one. Jason Smith, good morning, Willie. Sent you an email just after 0 dark o'clock this morning. Some thoughts about bunker busters. Keep up the great coverage, Jason. Thanks, Jace. Mate, I haven't checked my email at all today yet. Apologies. I hate doing my emails. It's the worst part of my day is emails. Checking my emails I hate more than just getting hate online. But I will check that for you, Jason, and I'll have a look at bunker busters. Do you mind if I share anything I find interesting in it? People fleeing Tehran, yeah, and Israel has urged people to leave too. Who buys Iranian oil? China. China's a huge purchaser of Iranian oil. Let me actually look up who the other buyers are. But China buys about 50 billion a year, I believe. But it's global markets for it too. Okay, China is by far 91% of Iran's oil exports are China. Then you've got Syria, UAE, Venezuela receive smaller volumes of oil. These are routed through complex networks, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, China doesn't want their economy fucked with either. Nickelberger, hi from Vegas. Well, mate, do you live there or you're in Vegas? You really seem to enjoy your job. Thanks for unbiased reporting on the facts. Nick, I really do enjoy what I do, but it can be very, very stressful and sometimes very demoralizing too, because sadly I see the best and worst. Well, sadly I see the worst in humanity, but I also get to see the best. So thank you very much, man. 100,000 fleeing Ethiopia. The ground is breaking up due to volcanoes. That's wild. That's crazy. TJ, I hope you had a great weekend. I hope you had a great weekend too, man. Sorry, I was just saying goodbye to Lily. She's off to work. Willie, do you think this will be a testing ground for equipment like Ukraine, but higher tech like air defense? Well, there's a lot of very high tech equipment being used, of course, in Israel, and you potentially could see China use a lot of high tech equipment here too. China's getting a lot of is learning a lot of soft lessons from Russia, but hard lessons around weapon systems. We could. I don't think it'd be likely. We could. Trump hopes for a deal between Iran and Israel, but adds, quote, "You just have to fight it out." The FBNL says, "I like turtles." I like turtles too, brother. IRGC linked news has said the Islamic Republic has not yet deployed its advanced strategic weapons in operations against Israel. Thank you on the PayPal to Mr. Benjamin Zuckerbeck. In your estimation, how long do you think this will go on? What's the chance of China and the US becoming directly involved? So, look, in my opinion, America is directly involved. That's just my opinion. If you are supplying the weapons, you are shooting down things in the air, you are refueling, you're moving aircraft around, tell me in the chat if you think I'm wrong, but in my opinion, Benjamin, America is directly involved. The chance of China being directly involved, I think, are very low. I think China know if they don't get dragged into this incredibly costly tit-for-tat wars around the world, I think what they are thinking is, if we don't get dragged into this, if we don't get dragged into wars that cost $10 trillion in the Middle East, we will become global hegemons in 50 years if we just don't waste all this everywhere else. I think that's China's stance, and that China will have some sort of indirect involvement, continue to buy oil, say. How long do I think this will go for? Mate, I honestly can't tell you. It could go for a week or it could go for 10 years. I don't know. Well, is the IDF striking for Dow, according to the IDF? There's been a bit of mixed reporting on whether they are or not. We know there's strikes near for Dow. Sorry, I've got to plug in my phone. We know there's strikes near there, but we're not sure if it's air defence that's active at Fidel and strikes close. Someone spoke on air defence, can it last that long? And what someone said to me yesterday, because I speak a lot about quality, quantity of systems, and someone said, "Hey, Willie, I saw this and you'll like this." Quote, "Tech superiority drops to 0 when your magazine is empty." And that is unbelievably true. That tech superiority, it's great, but if it runs out, and I've said that about a lot of nations involved, and a lot of it, the West just in general is way too focused on quality instead of quantity. And it doesn't matter what quality it is, if it's run out, it's not there. And that's what I've said about even like, say, a player like Iran firing and firing and firing. If they can just continue it, eventually it will start having more success. As well as this is what we see like NATO chief talk about with Russian industry is pumping out 4x the systems. And I said, and many people jumped on me for this, and I don't see why. They jumped on me for saying overestimate, and I think underestimate. What I said was, if the Russian industry is pumping out 4 times the amount of shells, the Chinese industry will pump out 10 times. And everyone said, "Oh, it's nowhere near going to be 10 times. And I think it could be 20 times. I don't think people understand how much larger the Chinese industry of like just dumb bombs actually is. It's insane. What is Israel's logistics like in producing ammunition? It's not the production, it's the importing of it. There is production, but a lot of it is relying on external import.
Is US involved in air defense? Yes. How about intelligence surveillance? Absolutely yes. Something going on for down now? Maybe. Let me have a look. I feel so much better now that I've had a coffee and a shit. So allegedly, this is Iranian police, this gentleman on the motorcycle here, chasing this van that is apparently Mossad, shooting at it. It's like a scene out of a Pierce Brosnan James Bond movie. Craziness. For down now, earthquake. We reported on that a little bit back. So there was a 2.5 earthquake at Fordau, or in the vicinity at least. One thing I can tell you, one thing I'm aware of, is that this war is going to get more messy before it cleans up. That's one thing I can say with 100% certainty. Oh, spilt water. Okay. Let's see. Will I spill this all over my keyboard? No. Look at that. Okay, the coffee refill. Hot water in my coffee to water it down a bit. Willie dropped a Moab. No, I dropped a massive ordnance penetrator, bro. I dropped a mop. Shit was a CBRN threat. That's why the Americans are rolling around the bases in Iraq in mop gear. Is from fucking what I just did. Also, look, I'll tell you guys, I'll tell my audience here, if you guys are in here, you're probably my most loyal followers. I am in the near future as well, looking to do some trips around China as well, to get a better idea and feel of everything there, because I have a dear friend of mine, a Westerner who works there, who says you just don't really understand a lot of the thinking here. So, knowing that, China's growth is going to continue, I'm going to try and understand everything in China a little bit more, and try and bend my head around a lot of Chinese ways and norms. And I'm open to anything. Yeah. People would ask straight away. They'll go, "Oh, could you go to Moscow?" If I was aware, if I knew that the FSB wouldn't pull me off the plane and take me into a back room, maybe. But I don't have that much confidence in that. Maybe once there's a change of government in Russia in some years, but we'll see. Apparently, Putin has stage 4 cancer, so it should be any day now, shouldn't it? I want to make too. I'm thinking of making a secondary YouTube channel that's just called like Willy Extra or like Extra Willy, and just do like random, someone said like food review, like literally just do random videos on just nothing to do with what we are talking about. Like nothing to do with like warfare or geopolitics. I'd love some Extra Willy from you. Bro, that lives all. It's an actor. Why are you believing the bots? I'm subbing first. Free Willy conspiracies. Willy's extra inches. Oh my God. Oh, yes. Jordan Shepherd said, your second channel will be great, and maybe your weight loss diary was enjoyable to watch. I know, I should make a weight loss update, because I've lost around 16 kilos all up, I believe. As you can see in my face, I've lost an absolute heap of weight, and that's why a lot of people are like, oh, Willy wears shirts that don't fit him anymore. I'm like, yeah, like none of my white shirts like that I wear with my suit fit me. And sadly, a lot of my suits are I need to get them retailored. That's not a bad thing. Zach, should the MCX Spear replace the AUG or the Steyr the bullpup rifle in the Australian military. Yes, I love the style in the Australian military. I do. But that's an unpopular opinion, but it needs to be replaced. What is a kilo? Sorry, about 8 freedoms. Over an hour ago, Iran was supposed to launch. They never did. They may have been launched, and it may be they got intercepted on the ground. Baravo says, Willie, what do you think about the Netherlands excluding Mark Rutte? I love the Netherlands. I love Europe. But I just think Europeans leaders are pushing Europe into an autocratic regimes through the guise of democracy. That's honestly how I think. I think the under the facade of democracy, things are becoming more and more autocratic. That's honestly what I believe. I think, and I'm not saying Australia's immune to this, but I'm saying Australia's not as important. We don't have the amount of influence around the world. But I think some of the things we're seeing in European politics and around that area are very, very dangerous. I think people don't understand how dangerous that is and the slippery slope that becomes. Honestly, I think people get and go, oh, this is, you're just hating Europe. I don't hate Europe at all. It's the center of culture for the Western world. I love it, but that's the reason why I find it so disgusting what is happening too. What's the quote? I actually had it written down I had it written here somewhere. I have a heap of quotes just written on my desk that I just keep on notepads. Here we go. When democracy crumbles, it does not announce itself as tyranny. It wears the mask of freedom while tightening the chains. Or, further, the death of democracy will not come by revolution, but by the slow erosion of its principles, dressed in the language of progress. That's actually probably better. The death of democracy will not come by revolution, by the slow erosion of its principles, dressed as the language of progress. And I do think there are a slow erosion of principles that made Europe what it is. I think it's very sad. And we see the US pulling away from Europe. Arkansas Outlaw says, America still the most powerful country in your opinion? If not, who is? Yes, America is the most powerful country, but the gap between America and China has absolutely been shrinking. And the once dominance America had with its allies is also reducing too. That it used to be the countries looked up and wanted to be part of this sphere of the world, where now it's a lot of the world is rejecting that as much as anything. So I think not only it's maintained power, but it's also reduced globally. But America is still the most powerful nation. A lot of that is to do with the USD. A lot of that is to do with the US dollar. But keep an eye out and see if BRICS nations de-dollarize. I know America said we'll tariff them and sanction them and blah, blah, blah. You speak to an economist about if America tried to go up against BRICS, how would that go? With BRICS having a huge percentage of the world's population, a huge percentage of the world's GDP, it might impact America more than it does other nations. Have to remember industrial output. Yes, industrial output is a huge, huge thing. It is massive. Samuel Didsbury says, loving the live stream, Willie. What's your opinion on Preston Stewart and Weeb Union? Also, what's your favourite historical period? Keep up the work. Love you. Look, I've said it before. I actually don't watch that many YouTubers around around these topics. I personally just don't have time. On a personal note, I think Preston is a lovely guy. Preston Stewart is a really, really lovely guy. I've spoken to him multiple times. Great guy. As I said, I don't watch their content, not because I disagree with either himself or Weeb. I just don't watch it. I reached out to Preston actually and said, "Oh, mate, I've seen a huge," because I subbed to both of them. I said, "I've seen a huge bump in your views, well deserved, only last night." But Weeb Union as well. I follow his Telegram more so than the YouTube. Look, a lot of people in these spheres are very, very lovely. A lot of people are narcissistic pricks too. A lot of like these guys are lovely, but then a lot in the YouTube world are completely different off camera than they are on camera. But some are lovely, and as I've said before, Perun, lovely guy, fantastic guy. History Legends, lovely guy. Lots of them. So, in my opinion on them is from more private than it is personal, and that's very high. Military Summary, I think his mapping is fantastic, but I don't know him personally at all. Yeah. And as I said, I'm always open to anyone in this YouTube space to talk to. And I've reached out to so many, but yeah. Defense Politics Asia, yes, he's lovely as well. He's a great guy. DPA, he's a lovely guy. Yes, that's DPA White. Yes, great guy. I actually spoke to him and said, would we like to do a podcast? Like, would you like to see a podcast between myself and DPA? Has Duran reached out ever? No, I reached out to the Duran to try and I was like, hey, I think we would disagree and agree on a lot. It'd be cool to do something together, and I never got an email back. So I don't know. The FBNL, could the 2.5 magnitude earthquake be a nuclear test? I don't know. Honestly, man, I don't know. I don't know what level a test would be. Likely more a bunker buster, maybe, or secondary explosions. Bill and Ankle says, as a Dutchman, I can tell you Mark Rutte is the absolute worst. He's sold out his country well over a decade, and now he's having some very interesting comments about NATO. Gustav Carriga says, our weaponization of the US dollar has dismantled the very system that created US dominance. The Bretton Woods system, it'd be hilarious if it weren't so sad how stupid our politicians are. And that is, I agree with Gustav there, that the USD has been weaponized. And the problem is once you weaponize something, you can't de-weaponize it. And people are going, well, we don't want this weaponized. This is what I've been saying. This is the danger about, I'm perky now that I've had my coffee. This is what I've been saying about the danger of the frozen Russian assets. In principle, I agree with using the frozen Russian assets to rebuild Ukraine or to fund against the Russian war, okay? In principle. But when you go much further beyond that, you go, hey, this is a risk because we are in global economies with much more powerful nations than a decade ago, now with massive economies. And what the biggest threat is that countries start pulling money out of these systems. So you're wanting to free up sanctioned items or frozen items in the euro, the pound, the dollar. And this is the problem, is if you were a Chinese billionaire or you're a Chinese CEO and you had money in businesses or personal accounts or your super yacht in Europe or in America or wherever, you will go, well, hang on. So if our country does something that we don't like, you'll freeze private assets. So if I was a Chinese billionaire, I'd be going, so you'll freeze my assets even if I've got nothing to do with the CCP. Okay, I'm moving my money somewhere else, Saudi, UAE, blah, 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 blah. And I think that is a big threat. I think that is a big threat that you'll actually see from that frozen assets. A further degradation of the euro, pound, dollar. What do you think of the habitual line crosser? I don't know him. Apologies. Again, like I say, I should watch more YouTube and stuff, but if you guys knew how much time I sit at my desk, and yeah, it's difficult. So Like I'm not like at the end of the day, guys. You need to remember that I grew up outdoors, and then I was, a lot of my adult life was spent in the military and the infantry outdoors. As much as I enjoy doing this, sitting at a desk in front of a screen is like, oh, and I just don't have time with you got to remember that I'm trying to catch up a lot academically. I didn't have good schooling. I joined the infantry, which is, not academic. And now I'm in this role, in this job, which is, there's a lot of academia in it. That I do my videos, that takes me 8 or 10 hours a day. And then I try and read for 1 to 2 hours a day. And then I have a relax with my girlfriend. We try and get out of the house and do something. So I just don't have much. But if there's anyone you'd like to see me interview, email me who it is, what they do with a link, and I'll do my very best to reach out to them. But yeah, I am trying really, really hard to increase my knowledge on a lot of these topics. And, there's a long, I'm a long way behind a lot who went to school and university and whatever when I was bumming around out in the bush with a gun. As you can see by the wall of books behind me. I'm trying my very best. And I did try and reach out to Mr. Denis Davidov for an interview, but I didn't hear back. Same as I reached out to Combat Veteran Reacts for an interview as well. I'll happily interview people that disagree with me. I'm more than happy to listen to disagreement. I find it more interesting because I'm happy to say, oh yeah, maybe I was wrong on that. And there's plenty of things I've been incorrect on. Happy for that. Interview Lily. One day I'll interview Lil. I've actually said when I've been sick, I was like, maybe I should just have Lily do my video. Tron says, I think you're a great analytical journalist at times in the field. Thank you, bro. Someone says, you give better analysis than other schmucks that read more books. I try. I try. I do get a bit disheartened sometimes because I want to be a better at this. Like I want to be at the level of these sort of like Mearsheimer style characters. Maybe even if I share different opinions, but that sort of level of orator. But again, I need to remember that he's been doing this for 5 decades too. A bunker buster with a small nuke, is that possible? Yes, absolutely. You got to remember, the bunker busters are just, a lot of it works like shape charge. It is an explosion to push something down, and the bigger that bang, the further it will push. And there's absolutely theory around, I don't know if it exists, around nuclear bunker busters, and that if you have a couple of kiloton explosive to drive a tungsten rod down, yeah, you could have explosive tungsten rod, nuclear explosion, and push that down 100 meters. I don't know. Willie, any attacks today? There's been a couple late, but I haven't seen any recent attacks yet. Old Man Way says, go visit Speak the Truth, you can cover protest. I should actually, yeah, it'd be good to catch up. Willie, would you ever run for political office? From D. Kuz. I've considered going into more of an official stance in Australian politics, but there's no, I'd just get shattered by the media straight away. I've said too many things, done too many things. It would just be, unless you are like some dork at school who then went to university and you know the right people at university and you've never said anything that is super controversial. Like I called the current Prime Minister all sorts of words, and that would just blow me out of the water instantly. You never know. Trump. EPAV says, how about Jacques Bowd? He's the author of, oh my God, Russia's Art of War, whatever. I've actually tried to interview him as well. There's still an email actually sitting in my inbox at the moment, but I'm just trying to work with his publisher, but I'm not having much luck. But I am trying to interview him. He's the Swiss former chief of intelligence. Dare the Machine, thank you for the donation. Short form summary of events since last stream. To be fair, as far as major things, not much. Trump has said that they weren't involved in it, which is just a fucking complete bullshit by his own account. We've seen further strikes back and forth. We've seen the Israel is still, I believe, under like air lockdown, but there's been nothing in the air. I don't think. And realistically, the amount of strikes has been less than before. At the end of all this, would you write a book? Maybe. Maybe. Right, AMK has a couple of Israeli strikes west of Tehran, explosions north Tehran. Nothing too major. So the biggest thing that's surprising is actually the lull in the striking. Honestly, for me, is I thought this was going to be far more successive days. I thought it was going to be that day one of Israeli strikes was going to be the smallest day, then bigger and bigger and bigger. And I guess same onto in regards to Iran. So we'll see. Someone says the correct pronunciation of Mark Rutte is Mark Oud. Yeah, it's like my Karen Callis and Ursula von der Leyen. I mean, what's left? They've hit a lot. Yes, but their nuclear facilities are still very, very much existing. Oh my God, I've got sleep in my eyes. Dare the Machine says, perhaps momentum tapered off due to lack of enthusiasm to support. I can't really get a measurement of the lack of enthusiasm to support, but one of the things, Dare, is once this has started, this is what I went over in my video yesterday. Maybe I didn't word it well, but once Israel fired that first salvo, it needs to continue to win, because if it then stops, you're going to give Iran time to get back on their feet to start firing things on, or incentive to make a weapon. Like once it starts, you have to go all the way. You can't then back out, because if Israel try now and go, yep, we've hit enough and we're pulling back, we may not have support, we may not have the weapon to take out for Dow, it's not going to work like that, because the first thing Iran's going to do is try and then have a strike. That's the problem. That is the problem. And yeah. Someone says old streams every day like old times. I know. And when we were driving around in the car, and SL says Iran would be dumb not to build nukes now. If the Iranian regime remains and the nuclear facilities, some of them remain, I guarantee we'll see them absolutely increase the pace to try and build nuclear weapons. Absolutely. Get about it, Willie. You're one of the most reasonable people covering world events. That's what I try. I try and just stay reasonable. That's my goal, is just to be a reasonable voice. Sian Bloodbane says, if you punch a big dude, you commit to go. Yeah, that's the thing, is if you punch someone, you have to go all the way. Do you reckon Iran already has nukes? No, I don't believe. I don't believe so. Do you think Fordow will be hit today? There's strikes around Fordow. Do I think it'll be punctured today, and dismantled? No. From my knowledge, Israel does not have the weapon systems to puncture Fordow. I could be wrong, but I don't think that they do. Sorry if you heard a voice then. It was a short from History Legends. So I'm trying to see if there's anything going on. Chinese airstrikes west of Tehran, targeting Iranian ballistic missile launches. So it does seem like Iranian ballistic missile launches are being hit on the ground. And so that was the ballistic threat. You got to remember too, just remember also that you've got whole populations that are awake through the nights, and it is very tiring, and that really does impact support. Nika from Canada, I hope that you're well, brother. Bro, my warmest greetings. I just wanted to highlight the West, UK, France, their hypocrisy towards Iran's right to protect itself and compare it with Ukraine. Nika, you are not alone in that. Many, many people around the world are comparing that hypocrisy. Now, I think that this can be a little bit different just due to the governments in power there, but many, many people around the world are comparing that around. So you say there's a threat over there, but you can justify, but you can't justify a strike here. And many people are pointing at that hypocrisy. And I guarantee in that phone call between Putin and Trump, I guarantee he said that. Sorry, I was writing back to a dear friend. Right, let's have a look and see if there's any updates on anything. Brent oil is at $76, close enough to $76 if we round up by 5 cents. Well, Brent crude is a little bit less than we thought it may be. Yeah, so it does seem like Iran's trying to launch ballistics at Israel right now, but the missile launches are being hit on the ground. So I'm just trying to see if there's anything in this that's recent. I'm seeing a lot more people going, you don't understand the national humiliation of the US parade. I've got to admit, it was underwhelming. Elijah Tiemens. Willie, praying for your tumor treatment success. Thank you, brother. With Israel's universal IDF service for adults, should media distinguish between unmobilized reservists and non-mobilized civilians when reporting civilian casualties in Israel? No, I don't think so. Because yes, just because you've been trained or be able to be called up does not then mean you are targetable. So, for instance, post my service, I could have been called up for. I still actually could be. I believe it's 6 years. So I left in 2020. When did I leave the army? 2021. I left the military. So 6 years following, I can be called up. Am I a civilian? Am I targetable? Absolutely. As well as there is proper civilians who are just women and children and people that didn't come up, didn't sign up. Today's TLDR, please, Stormy, not that much. We have seen there's multiple strikes at the moment against ballistic missile launches in Iran. We heard just prior to that Iran was trying to do a ballistic missile launch. So it seems like Israel is striking those launches before they're able to fire. Does the IDF have the capability to infiltrate Fudao on foot? I don't think so. It would be a one-way mission if it did. Or the greatest SF mission of all time. But it'd be crazy. The earthquake in Com is faked. So apologies for that. People are now calling it out. Someone said the parade could have been an email. Right, let me check some groups and see if there's much being posted going on. Oh. Iranian air defense activated east of Tehran. So there still is air defense. It's there's still some air defense. I don't know how much, but there's still some. Jason Harvey, thank you for your donations, brother. Said, Willie, all good wishes for you and your fight against your tumour. Can you tell us, folks, how one knows you have a tumour growing you had or any kind of cancer? Glad I can support you. God bless. Look, so a lot of the time, people with brain tumours, I'll speak from my experience, most people notice a neurological deficit and then they go through and get the scans and however. The way we found mine was I was having recurring headaches that actually ended up having nothing to do with the tumour. I couldn't get rid of this headache. I just had it again and again and again to the point where I was completely just debilitating. It was terrible. So I went and saw a doctor and then they said, look, let's just get you a CT scan. And then the CT scan operator rang the doctor and was like, he needs an MRI. So then I had an MRI and that's how they found the tumour. But I've never had any neurological deficit, which my neurosurgeon and both neurosurgeons I've had, actually no, 3 neurosurgeons, are shocked. Like they are shocked that I don't have a neurological deficit. Like with where it is, what's happening, the pressure on the other side of the brain, my neuro is shocked that I don't have deficits, especially in my right arm. Dennis Kuznetsov, Willie, I want to hire you as my military strategist. I'm waging war on my squirrels next door and attritional warfare doesn't seem to be working. In all seriousness, stay healthy, my friend. Love watching your vids. Thank you, Dennis. Dennis, have you seen that guy who like fights his squirrels? It's like a very, very famous YouTube video where he sets up like a whole squirrel trap in his backyard. Someone says getting spicy, Willie. Right, let me have a look, see what's happening. See if there's anything new. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really kick off. Imagine how much smarter you'd be without the tumour. Look, it actually does worry me every day that the tumour is putting pressure on other parts of the brain that is actually affecting parts of my thinking and reasoning as well. It actually concerns me every single day of my life because I know plenty of people in like the tumour community, if you will, that have actually had mass removed out of their brain, like tumour mass removed, and they've been smarter or different people. So it concerns me every day. Stormy said, will you play Armour Reforged with me? Mate, I'd get smoked straight away. I am useless on any video games. Someone says, go over what's happening. We don't have any footage, but Israel is striking targets in Iran at the moment. What we hear is they're striking the ballistic missile launches that we presumed was getting ready to launch missiles at Israel. On your feet, my dad has stage 4. He's on immunotherapy for the rest of his life. He got many tumours in his head. Some have been shrunk with special laser and it stopped the neurological issues. Bless you. Thank you, On Your Feet, mate. I hope that your father is going as well as possible with a very, very difficult diagnosis. Jovan says, a neurologically deficit Aussie does much better job than 99% of the so-called experts out there. Sometimes the jokes write themselves. Stay healthy, and he's hoping you get better. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I do hope. The biggest hope for me is, and I know this sounds like, wishful thinking. The biggest hope is AI developing further therapies for tumours. That's the biggest thing. Is that it ends up these sort of supercomputer level thinking can really have better neuro-oncology, but I'm not holding my breath for it, but you never know. The earthquake was fake. My uncle had a tumour removed and it did change him. Yeah. You never know. Maybe I'll be a completely different guy. Fire burning south of Tehran after Israeli airstrikes. I'll find the footage. How do I find it? I think maybe AMK would share it. Yeah, here we go. 9 seconds ago. Brilliant. So, fire burning near Qom, south of Tehran, after what were likely Israeli airstrikes. Bro needs to hope for Skynet so his tumour heals. Yeah, legit. Dust up on your open source GeoInt skills so you can make your own mapping products on your podcast, mate. Crushing it either way. Rest in peace, 7RA. Yeah, rest in peace to the 7th Battalion. Look, I sort of think I'm never going to do as well mapping as actual mappers, so I'll leave it to them and use their maps. That's what I think would be the best. Air defense active again over Tehran. The UK Ministry of Defence Intelligence has said 6,000 North Korean troops died. Okay. Bro, those intelligence assessments from the United Kingdom Ministry have fucking... Jesus. It is not even like close to even cope at this point. Any chance of Israeli-Iranian conflict de-escalation? I guess there's chance of it, but I think as long as Iran has the appetite for nuclear weapons, and if anything, this has shown this has shown the current regime why they want nuclear weapons? I don't think so. Do you think Iran will go all in getting a bomb? If the regime and the scientists survive this and it de-escalates, yeah. Absolutely. How far are they from nukes? Bro, I'm 30 and my whole life has been that Iran is on the eve of having nuclear weapons. So they might have been a day, they might have been a decade. I have absolutely no idea. So Iranian police shot down an Israeli drone over eastern Tehran, apparently, by this footage here. You can see them shooting here. Rooftop Koreans. You know, you need to remember too that if Russia and China wanted Iran to have a nuclear weapon, they could do it within a day. I love you, but I thought you were pushing 40. Yeah, I know, man. I look old. It's the time in the military and chemotherapy that ages you. Jason says the whole geopolitical situation looks like it is on StarCraft or Age of Empires Endgame. Underdogs want to flip the tables. There is US protos, but there are some Zergs out there that make a good hit. Mate, I don't play any of the games, so I don't really get the references, but thank you for your donation. And yeah, it is. The geopolitical situation now is tense, but what we need to understand is these weaker nations are more powerful than ever too. Drones has shown us that. 30 turning 50, I know. Someone just wrote to me and goes, I couldn't care less about these countries destroying each other, but I'd be pissed if they if they fuck with the Strait of Hormuz. So Middle East Spectator writes, all these reports are interesting, but honestly quite meaningless. Even Israel admits it needs direct US intervention to penetrate the Fordow nuclear site. So I wonder what the Israelis did. Maybe they struck surface infrastructure like they did it in Natanz. And that is one of the problems that I've said, is Israel themselves have said they need US weapons to break through the Fordow nuclear, but Israel doesn't operate. It's not giving them the weapons. They would need planes too. But all in all, today is very quiet, which is a concern for ongoing offensive operations. You'd think you'd want it again and again and again, day after day. Well, you do. You want it simultaneous and successive. Demarcus 007 says, could this seriously backfire on Ukraine? Oh my God. Could this seriously backfire on Israel long term? Absolutely it could. Absolutely it could. If Israel doesn't, as I went over, if they don't completely dismantle the Iranian regime and the nuclear assets, it'll backfire massively. Informationally, it probably already has. But yeah, absolutely it could. And as I went over, that if Israel had said themselves that they can't dismantle the Fordow nuclear facility without US, and US is saying they're not going in, and then the mission can't be done, it's going to create big issues. Matt, why do you think North Korea was able to build a nuke while Iran has been struggling for years? Look, I don't really know. It's a good question. We know that Iran with Israel has far more covert operations that go into Iran to try and prevent this as well, so that could have a lot to do with it. But otherwise, yeah, I don't really know. But good luck trying to get North Korea to give up nukes now. Zachariah Seed again has said it's very surreal to see how Hezbollah was brutally crushed by Israel because they didn't go in shortly after October 7. The drone clip was crazy. Some of it was crazy. The group still definitely exists, not in the capacity of previously. But I am surprised that in October 7 that there wasn't more groups try and enter. Let's see if there's anything new that has been updated. Still fires. Yeah, pretty quiet. The quietness of this compared to recent days, that could indicate that there is some level of talks going on, honestly. Peter Cook on PayPal. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. No message, but I hope that you are having a fantastic day. Heavy says, earthquake real, earthquake fake, now earthquake real again, fog of war, shrug. Yeah, remember that. The one good thing that Douglas Murray said on the Rogan podcast, whatever quote it was about when you're walking through the fog and then you look back, the fog is cleared. And the fog of war is like that it will be much more clear after the fact than during it. But there's a lot of fog. So about that earthquake, it doesn't appear to be real. Easy target games. I think Israel is banking on the US joining them in the attacks. If they do not, then Israel may come to regret the attack on Iran. Easy target gains. Thank you for your donation. I agree. I think there is a banking that if we do this, America will back us. And if America don't, I believe if Israel exit this with those Iranian nuclear facilities intact, that's a massive backfire. And they won't exit if they're intact. But I just don't know how far they would go. Willie, do you have a store to support you? Yeah, in the description of all my videos, it's like willieoam.com. That's my store. The Australian stock market opens in 45 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if it opens red. I'm seriously concerned about society, part of the Western world. The civilization is not capable of producing new people and is struck with mass migration, and these folks are not assimilating. Thank you for the donation, Jason Harvey. And that is one of the problems the Western world does have, is the Western world is below reproduction birth rates. Fertility rate is in very low, and there's a lot of mass migration, which concerns a lot of people. And of course, that will start impacting, or has started impacting, democratic structures as well. So where this goes, well, we don't know. And notification, Webster Carlin off. Anyway. Will Parker, brother, thank you on the PayPal. I really appreciate that, Will. So, yeah, thank you on the PayPal, guys, and the donations. You don't need to, by any means. How's Urals doing? Well, Urals, we don't know. Urals oil, we can't get as good figures on, but if it's 76 for Brent, as I'm showing you here, Urals is probably, correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's 76 at Brent, Urals is probably mid-60s. Someone can work that out. There's ways to work it out, but it's just not as publicly traded as this. But this is important to what we speak about a lot. Yeah, so now there is an earthquake again. Okay, apparently there was an earthquake. Remember, if you see any updates you want me to report on, please send them through. Right, let's have a look. Will Parker says, forgot to add a message. Keep doing what you do. Your reporting is exceptional. Thank you, Will Parker, mate. I really appreciate that, man. Is Dimona being hit? Not from what I'm seeing. Oh, tired. Big couple of days for us, boys. Bloody hell. Massive few days. So since Friday, I feel like I haven't slept or done anything. Because what do? We live stream for 12 hours, 12 and a half hours on Friday. Then the videos, whatever. Been a lot. It's been a lot. I'm meant to be seeing a friend for a coffee this morning, which if that's still going ahead, I haven't messaged him, I haven't heard from him. But I will do that unless things start kicking up. Brent is 75.80 USD. Yeah, I'm monitoring at the moment. No, Brent is 76.0. It just clicked over $76. Thanks for giving us an update. No worries at all. Thank you guys for all the support. The support over the past couple of days has been phenomenal. From having around 2,000 viewers a lot of the time to donations to whatever. It's not why I do it, but it does really, really help me out. You guys have changed my life in many, many ways. Let me see if there's any updates. on the old Telegram. I'll still be making a video update today as well, by the way. Gold is up. I think I've got gold on this. Uranium, gasoline, coal. Ural's oil. Oh, but that's June 12. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, June 12, Urals was 64.55. Remember that Russia is wanting this above 58. Here we go. Let's have a look at gold today. Up 0.4%. Jason says, Willie, thank you for your hard work. I don't know what I'd listen to during my go-home commute every day. I'm located in the Czech Republic, born in Moldova, lived in Ukraine for 10 years. Wow. All around, Jason. Jason, no, thank you very much, mate. I've had people reach out going, man, when the war ends, I don't know what I'm going to do if you don't post. Pikey Monkey, who's been a member for 19 months. Thank you very much, Pikey Monkey. I'm guessing 19 months. Did you sub after my streams or in my streams when I was in Israel? Keep up the good work. Thank you, brother. Okay, try and find if there's any more information flowing through. Heavy says, you talked about the West playing chess and the Chinese playing Go. What game is this? I believe the game is called Wei Chi. Weichei, maybe? Tactics versus strategy sort of thing. What would be the consequences if Israel used nukes? Mate, we don't know. But it is a huge, huge escalation, like unbelievable escalation. But the thing is, if they did use nukes, does it give reason for other states to start using nuclear weapons? Huge problem. What did brown water squids have been subbed in one way or another thing since you're in Ukraine? Okay, thank you very much, man. There'll always be conflict. Yeah, there'll always be conflict. I just don't know if there'll be enough for daily hour-long videos. Can I click on gold? Look at that. Gold. What do you invest in if you don't want to have actual market returns? Okay, Pikey Monkey says, I love the independent reporting. I subbed at the start of the Ukraine conflict. Wow, thank you, brother. You've been a sub for ages, and you do not need to send me any other funds. Thank you, man. I really, really appreciate that. Right. I'm just going to send a quick message. Jensen, I followed you after the History Legend video like 6 months ago. Yeah, the History Legends video was put up when I went into brain surgery, when I got the old scar on the which side of it, that way. That was a good video. It's still one of my most watched videos, actually. Trond Abrahamson, thank you for the donation, man. Really appreciate that. Lily digs the scar. Yeah, except if she touches it, it hurts me. Okay, my mate's just giving blood, and then we'll go out for a coffee. Coffee's going to hit him real hard. Like donating blood, I should say. Divide and Conquer says, been watching you since you're in Israel. Go Crows. I'm surprised you feel it. Yeah, it's just the scar. It's not this. It's not the. What hurts is that because they put a titanium plate on my head, the skin rubs on the plate and where the bolts are, and that's what hurts. Can you look at the Bitcoin price as well? Okay. This. Is this the correct chart? So we have previous close, 105,000. That is in USD. Okay, not in AUD. Year to date, 12%. So that's outperforming the market. It's Father's Day. I'm supposed to be hanging out with my family. They are driving me crazy. So I'm hanging out. I'm hanging out here instead. Thanks, Billy in chat. Thank you, Heavy. Well, happy Father's Day to all those in America. I know we have different times, and fathers do one of the most important jobs in the world. What was I going to say? I almost bought Bitcoin when I was in Afghanistan. Bitcoin was about $2,000 a coin, and I almost bought it, but I didn't because it was too confusing at the time. I was like, I have no idea how this works. Like, it was when you had to have like different accounts and wallets, and you couldn't just go on CoinSpot and buy it. Imagine if I did then. It'd be completely different. That would, yeah, imagine that. Willie'd be driving a Ferrari. Rest in peace to my millions. Yeah, bro, I feel you. I was so close to it too. I still remember like researching it, and I was like, oh, this is so clunky to try and do. If you guys invest, what do you invest in? I'm a very white boy investor. It's just if I have any leftover money at the end of the month when I pay off my credit card, I'm just S&P 500 and that's and a bit of Asia, and that's it. Someone says you need to do what name? Oh, it says you need to do more lives. I'd like to do more lives. It's just getting the content to do it. A lot of people investing in like crypto and gold. We have said any donations during the stream go towards my Lockheed Martin account. Sorry, I'm trying to find something. Where is that? Jason says, come to Prague after the US. Gladly shows and places. Bro, I've got to come back from the US to do chemotherapy. I'm actually pushing my chemo a couple of days later. Don't worry, it's not going to affect it at all. But yeah, it's the longest I can get away for. But I will come to Prague at some point. And Stormy says, highly recommend investing in the local pros, brother. How do I find mobile number? Sorry, I'm trying to find something on my phone. Thought it might have been interesting. God damn. Wait a sec. I'll be with you in a minute. Zachary Seed, I hope this is us sleepwalking into de-escalation. Well, mate, I hope that we will de-escalate, but I don't know. I hope that we are, but I don't believe that we are walking into de-escalation. I think it's just a lull. God damn it. Okay, I'll be on for another little bit. Right, if there's any updates you want me to speak on, please let me know. So, Middle East Spectator, they're saying 90% of the strikes in Iran today are from domestic elements. So, drones, whatever else that's going on, like from internal. I said we have not seen airstrikes in Iran for almost a day. Now, I think we've seen some airstrikes, but yeah, they're saying a lot of it is domestic, which is infiltration. No airstrikes. Yeah, it does surprise me that Israel hasn't followed this up with again and again and again strikes. So yeah. Some YouTuber guy says US troop deployment in the Middle East. There's always US troops in the Middle East. What channels do you follow for Russia-Ukraine context? Oh, mate, I follow a whole bunch. I follow all the ones you've said there, but then a bunch of like Noel reports, and then like even Kiev Independent. So I follow a whole bunch of Russia, Ukraine, and Western pages and media, and then I just try and overlay what information seems similar and what if you actually just add like if you're just reasonable, like does this seem true? And if it is a yes, you can report that as being pretty close to what might actually be happening. And I have, of course, a whole bunch of sources that send me information as well. Right, I'm just going to have a quick scroll, see if there's anything else. So, Israeli Home Front Command still says to advise to stay in shelters. The IDF confirms these instructions remain in effect. So, Israel is still under air alert. Like, it's still under air alert. So, there's still threat of strikes. So yeah, Israel's still saying that, you know, you must still be in shelters. So we don't know. Meanwhile, yeah, people go out to film. Yeah, I guess you get the viral clip. Oh. Yeah, so it's wild. So it's definitely still ballistic threat. Doesn't mean they're in the air, but there must be enough of a threat that Israel's still putting that the command, the alerts on. Why are all attacks at night? For Iran, they'll have more success doing attacks at night. I mean, the viral clip worked for you. Absolutely, Brandwater Squid. I'm not against it. It worked for me. Sturmy said, have you seen the Israeli doing the Roman salute? No, I haven't seen it. I saw an Iranian one with Kanye's new song in the background. The report's credible that it suggests Ukraine has slowed Russia's Sumy offensive. It's hard to get an idea, but we still do see day after day Russia is making ground in Sumy. And you can't just say one day of lack of gains is stalled the offensive. You need to look over a longer period of time. Like the other day, Ukraine had an advancement up around Terni, and people said, "Oh, this is the tide turning." I said, "You can't just take one blue day and say that that's turned when you've had 400 red days prior." Studio Reyna, our top donator today, I'd say, it said, even if Israel takes out Iran, the Turks are still there. Most support for Israel is from boomers. In terms of long-term future of statehood, Israel ruined it. Do you think the US elites know this? I think there is. I think there really is knowledge of that. I do think that in the next decade, maybe 2 decades, there will be a very, very different policy regarding US to Israel than we do have now. I think it's going to change dramatically in the next few years. What do you guys think? Do you think I'm right or wrong? Like, think about the next leaders of the Republican Democrat parties, are my age now, or 5 or 10 years on me now, and look at 30, 40-year-olds' difference in opinions towards Israel than 60, 70, 80-year-olds right now. And I think that is super dangerous for Israel in the coming years, and I think they know that. Right. It says China and Russia cannot let Iran collapse. I don't know about cannot let, but it definitely wouldn't help them if it did. Tron says, how correct do you think Ukraine's number of Russian daily losses of infantry? I find it mind-boggling they could lose 1,000 to 1,500 per day in busy days. I think those numbers are completely fabricated because, one, it would be impossible to get that information. Secondly, how is that information the same every single day in a war that has long-range fires? Like, how can you fire a artillery 40 kilometers and go, yep, that killed 5 dudes? It's a fabrication. It's used for informational purposes. It might be more, it might be less, but it's not accurate. The White House is filled with millennials and with Israel fatigue. Israel is unsustainable. I don't have faith in the solution for them. I agree with you, Tom. If you look at like the young liberal, like in America, they have no appetite for that. And especially if this kicks off and Americans go, who do you think is going to win the next US administration, and on what promises do you think they're going to win on? Will Parker, he says on the PayPal, I don't think we need to wait decades. At the end of this, Israel will either be a hegemon in the Middle East or completely broken. It is a pivotal time. And I agree, it is very pivotal right now. So I was adding another P in there. As I said yesterday, Iran doesn't need to win. Iran just needs to survive. Read, source reporting 2.5 mag earthquake near Fodao, supposedly caused by impact of falling tin of beans lobbed by a granny in Tel Aviv. Yeah, a babushka tin of beans. Always, forever my favourite story. Thank you, Reed, for the donation as well, brother. Sermi, where do you stand on this conflict? Look, on this conflict, I think it is... I am a bit in between because I am not in the binaries of one good, one bad. As far as the strikes at the moment, I'm saying, look, I completely understand why Israel has struck, but on the same time, you can go, well, if we preach sovereign and independence... so I can see the huge problems here, but I do think the escalation over the past couple of years has gone way overboard. But of course, I also agree with ability to self-defense after October 2023 as well. But I think that went too far. So on this issue, I just don't want wider conflict, and I don't want our armies involved in it. Can you test a nuke underground? Yeah, absolutely you can. So go and have a look. America has done it. Yeah, you can just find it on YouTube. Just go like underground nuclear explosion. Someone says donate for Willie to get a new camera. But a nuke underground, in my opinion, would have a much larger than 2.5. Guys, 1440p needs to upgrade resolution. I don't know how bad quality it actually Focus is off. I don't know how to improve the focus. Like, let me... Is that better? Or is that worse? I don't know. I'm just using like a webcam. Whoa, that's way worse. Oh, right, I am busting for a piss. Right, I'm going to leave you guys up on the... Wait, let me just refresh and see if there's anything else. Tom Rickson says, it was easier to rub one out before you focus. Damn. Right. I'll be back in a minute. I've got to piss. Right, I am back. Has the world ended since we've been away? Let's have a look. We went for a quick tug. You need to get a piss bucket. You can sell it. Do the Sydney Sweeney with her soap. Oh, I've still got the Bitcoin chart open. I don't need that. Can we see the helmet set up over your shoulder? Bro, if I lift up that, it'll all fall apart. Don't grab the wrong jug. grabbed it before. God damn. Right. Well, boys, it doesn't seem to be much updated information. It seems like a lot of these strikes were internal. Like a lot of what's happening at the moment is like in Tehran is from like local, not from local, sorry, is like intelligence services that have broken in, and that's what's getting engaged. And then the ballistics that we thought that Iran was moving, they haven't been fired. But the IDF still hasn't stood down the alarms. Someone said that there's word of hacking. I've heard that too, but I haven't seen it actually confirmed anywhere. So yeah, don't have that much today. I thought today was going to be wild. That's yeah. Have a good one, Willie. Even when it's quiet, enjoy to listen to. No, thank you, mate. Yeah, I really thought today was going to get really out of control. Oh my god, stretch. Iran's out of missiles. I don't know. Some will say that, but I wouldn't count on that. Will Parker, what do you think the chances of West, i.e. UK, USA, France, getting pulled into this directly are? My view is 100%, but hoping I'm wrong. I think there's a high chance they'll get pulled in, but I just don't think the populations have the appetite for it. Like the UK, France, and the American government, where the government sits and the public appetite for war is very, very different. If those nations said we're going to go into this conflict here, I think the civil community uprising would be a lot. And again, that's who you're asking to go and fight. Sugat says, do you believe Iran has the right to self-defense against unprovoked Israeli attacks? I think any country has the right to self-defense, but you can also understand how countries within different sectors of the world feel about nations developing weapons, as well as some of the messaging out of Iran for survival of Israel too. So I can understand it, and this is why many people are talking at the hypocrisy of some of the Western politicians around this too. But as I say, it is somewhat different to other areas of the globe, but I can see why they're striking back. If the big Western militaries and intel countries get sucked in, what do you think happens to Ukraine-Russia conflict? Yeah, well, that's one of the things, is this war will limit the amount of aid and appetite for war there. Already, air defense-wise, is going to have big effect for Ukraine. Did a British F-35 emergency land in India? I don't know. But Israel will absolutely take priority over Ukraine. Syria, some reports of explosions. Air defense active again in Tehran. Yeah, I did see what Bill and Kankel brings up that Zelensky tried to say that Iran was a massive threat to Ukraine as well. That's not true. I mean, sorry, it's true that he said that. It's not true that it's a risk. I guess it's a risk in that this with Iran will limit the amount of aid that can go to Ukraine, but still, Iran's not firing missiles that far. Oh my God, I'm waking up finally. The first hour of these podcasts is a little bit slow, isn't it? But there is a global shortage of air defense, absolutely. And they only make, 75 THAAD missiles a year or something, which is not many. That's very, very few. Maybe I should get an air defense business. Mate, air defense business is booming. NATO's saying that it'd increase it by 400%. Well, that's all money. Someone asked, there's US deployed troops in the Middle East. There's always US troops in the Middle East. There's US troops in Australia right now. Heaps of them. I think there's sometimes more combat troops in Australia than Australian combat, more US combat troops in Australia than Australian combat troops. The ASX, the Australian stock market's just opened. Thank you for actually letting me know that. I completely forgot. So what stocks do we want to look at? Probably Vanguard Australia is probably a good one to look at the chart of. It's open, but it's only been open for a minute. So we'll just let it actually get some opening time. Where's Google's one hasn't opened yet. Hasn't given us numbers yet. Probably IVV track the S&P 500. So IVV is down. The US is sending canned beans as aid. IVV is down 1% today. That tracks S&P 500, but is Australian. And then what's VAS? That's Australian S&P, I believe 300 maybe. Or top 300. Will Parker says, speaking from the UK, I don't think Starmer will give 2-second thought as to what the population think. I don't know so much about the US, but other allies. But worried the Gulf War round 3, but this time it's playing for keeps. That's Will Parker in saying that do the UK, US, France want to enter this war? And I said, well, I don't think the population has the appetite. But he says, I don't think Starmer cares what his population think. Right. Let's just see, because there'll be a lot of volume to fill overnight. Let me know if there's any specific tickers you want me to look at. Do you think these conflicts are why America wants Australia to spend more on defence? Yes, absolutely it is. Okay, VGS, VAS haven't actually opened trading for some reason. Let's look at like NDQ. They're 100 US companies. That hasn't opened beta shares yet. A200 open nearly unchanged. AXAT. Oop. Let's just do A200. Why does mine just say no charts available? They come online alphabetically. Oh, yeah, right. Only 5 minutes into trading. Oh, my portfolio is green because it's heavily US weighted. Well, legends, what do we think? What do we think? Let me actually have a look at this. Crude up like 10% for the week. Santos is Australian oil. Yep. Yeah, so the Australian market's green currently. BHP's barely down. Let's look at like Rio Tinto. Rio Tinto's green. Santos hasn't opened yet, but pre-trading says it will be green. MDE Healthcare, thank you for becoming the top member. The Stop It Is Too Big tier. Will the update, please, mate? We don't have much going on, really. It is quiet. It's eerily quiet, which should be of concern, to be honest. Have a look. Yeah, there's very few updates right now. Yeah, someone says too quiet. It is too quiet given the opening of a war. Like, look at any war like this that opens for the first days is absolute chaos. So it is a bit weird. Is for Dow in Iran? Yes. It's Iranian nuclear enrichment facility. Yo, Willie, I was buying some beers. Did I miss anything? No, not really. Haven't missed much, mate. No, I haven't actually missed anything at all, really. So the S&P 500 in Australia has opened at 0.5% lower, but that's nothing dramatic at all. Brent crude still 75.5. Right, what's on this? Yeah, I'm surprised. Are you guys on my side that it is weirdly quiet? Won't bombing enrichment facilities pose environmental risk? Yeah, same as hitting bloody oil and gas. But like again, Israel has the capacity to have wiped out like all of Iran's oil, and that just hasn't happened. And that we thought that was going to happen over the past over the past 24 hours. So it is weird. It is really, really weird how quiet it is. They've blown up a heap. Yeah, they have blown up a heap, but it's not like it's all gone. I'm from northern Kazakhstan. Hello, mate. I'm all in on Gazprom. If this Iran-Israel thing escalates, prices will go up like they did in the 1990s. Daisy Dog also became Mega Willy. Thank you, Daisy Dog. But back to Maminka, that would be very interesting. Because, yeah, if this goes all in, the other place to get it is Russia, and that's going to be wild. I guess that's a bit of a gamble you take, hey? Russia is already profiting. Oh, absolutely Russia is profiting. Yeah, everything they sell has just gone up by 14%. Yeah, no wonder the markets are green. They're going to be like, yeah, fucking heaps of defense stocks are about to be bought. So AMK Mapping says, for now, it's largely quiet. Israeli drones continue to enter the airspace of Tehran, where Iranian air defense systems periodically engage them. Israeli Home Front Command remains unchanged, urging civilians to remain in shelters due to the threat of Iranian ballistic missile launches. Yeah, so Israel is still keeping people in shelters, saying that there's threat of missile launches, and that's been for hours and hours now. Eric says, Willie, I'm back. Big fan. Thank you. Shout out on the Friday night stream from the Indiana. No, Eric. Thank you, mate. Is that strategy in itself keep people in shelters even though nothing's fired? Not really. It'd backfire a bit. People get pretty, like if you've been in a shelter all day, we already know this probably isn't that publicly supported. And drones are a great way to wear down resources. You are correct. Well, have you been in a shelter all day? Not here, but I have been before. It fucking sucks. EOS up 10%. Optical for military. Yeah, I used to invest in EOS Australia until their stock price just went to shit. And they just lied about a heap of capability. I definitely sold them at a loss back in the day. The idea of Aussie Army is just filled with rugby chads calling each other cunt. Sounds so cool. It's basically the entire Australian infantry is just boys from New South Wales and Queensland who are just rugby chads. That's basically it. I was the shortest bloke by about a foot. So I got picked on. I wonder when this alarm will lift and the Israelis can leave the shelters. I'm very surprised that there's nothing even launched. Thing is, if they do launch, it's only a couple of minutes until they start coming in. Calm before the storm. Maybe it's either calm before the storm or calm before more calm and something's been negotiated. I don't know. But it does seem weird that both states involved here would have a quiet night on night. What are we, night 3? Being very quiet does not make sense. It really, really doesn't make sense. Can someone recreate Ayatollah Khomeini in Prigozhin style disguises? Bro, Heavy, you could easily just go on ChatGPT, type in what you wrote, and it would do it. what's going on. Very little, which is the concern, in my opinion. With Europe tied up in the Russia-Ukraine war and US bogged down in the Middle East, is now time for China to make a move on Taiwan. So, I've actually said this before. I have said this could be the time to do it because there's no appetite for more war and a lot of air defense and everything tied up. It may be the time to do it, but I think China know that they will just have more power in the next coming decades anyway. But we will see. What do you guys think? Do you think that Taiwan could be on the cards for China now? Like, if China wanted to do it militarily, which I'm not convinced they want to do it militarily, but if they wanted to do it militarily, they could do it now. But I don't think they want to do it militarily. I don't think. If they do it militarily, it wouldn't be taken militarily as Taiwan have no choice but to raise the white flag. It would be crazy. Well, legends, I need to actually get going. I'm catching up with one of my best mates from the army in about 5 or 10 minutes. Ought to be great. Look, legends, look, I'm glad it was quiet. It means less people are getting bombed, okay? So I'm glad that it's actually relatively quiet. I know that doesn't make for the best stream, but I'm glad things are quiet. So I'm going to go get another cup of long black coffee, double shot, to try and keep myself awake because I need to then start the shift of making a video today. Anyway, legends, thank you guys for all being here. Thank you for those that made donations, contributions, and subscriptions. Appreciate all of that. Remember to leave a like on the video, watch other videos, and keep an eye out. And if things go down, legends, I will go back online. So make sure you turn on the notifications here as well. So you actually get notified if I then go live. But thank you for the 4.25 hour stream. Right. Okay. Thank you, legends. I'll see you guys in the next one. Right. See ya.